This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Wyoming legislative committee is proposing 3 tax hikes on multiple gaming industries and a plan to insert a money monitoring system into gaming machines across Wyoming bars, casino-style halls, and truck stops. The flurry of draft proposals came at the end of a Thursday meeting of the legislature's Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments in Cheyenne. Proponents of the increase told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that it's time for tighter regulations and higher taxes in light of the gaming industry's exploding presence in the state.
We have skill-based amusement games, all sorts of different formats of horse racing. We have lottery. We have sports betting, online sports betting as well. Wyoming was taxing much, much lower than the average. So some of the people we're talking like these have been allowed to just explode into every corner of Wyoming life. So they proposed 3 tax hikes.
Detractors from the gaming and related industries said the taxes will harm businesses and local workers and limit the competitive edge of companies that pay taxes to Wyoming. An Albany County Sheriff's deputy pulled over one driver for going 110 miles per hour in a 70-mile-per-hour zone. The next day, the same driver was clocked at 116 miles per hour. That's not surprising, though, according to a new study which crunched data for insurance companies. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that Wyoming ranks number 1 for fastest drivers in the U.S.
One of the reasons why, when you talk to folks and look at the study, is there's just wide open freeways in Wyoming, and there's great distances to travel. And as everybody knows, Wyoming is the most sparsely populated state. So what does that mean? Less traffic. And you combine that with the legislature setting miles per hour at 80 miles per hour at the highest, you can go fast.
In the study, New Mexico was second at 71 miles per hour. Idaho was third at 70.5. New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maryland ranked at the bottom with long-distance average driving speeds below 55 miles per hour. Well, since Elon Musk joined the Trump administration, Tesla owners in Wyoming have been targets of vandalism, harassment, and internal strife. But now that the Trump-Musk alliance has hit the skids, Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag spoke to several customers who said they're hoping all the drama just goes away.
On one hand, you have some people who really are so detached, they don't care one way or the other. They're doing their best to be indifferent to all the reactions, and that includes middle fingers and derogatory statements. And then on the other end, I spoke with one self-declared bleeding heart liberal who said that all along it's been a pretty difficult thing for her to drive the Tesla considering this Musk-Trump alliance.
Drivers say they're doing their best to ignore the volatile politics of Tesla ownership altogether, while conceding that it's easier said than done. Many still feel like they're displaying a target each time they push start. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Thousands of Lego addicts packed into the Cheyenne Ice and Events Center this weekend to click with other Lego maniacs. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to some of the attendees, some of whom came from hundreds of miles away to peruse the plastic blocks. From $1 bargain bins to a $750 chrome Darth Vader, it was nirvana for serious collectors and those who just like to play with Legos.
You get inside and there's Legos all over the place. There are little tiny Lego people, there are giant Lego sets, little Lego sets. There are tubs full of pieces of Legos where kids can, for like $5, mix and match to create their own little Lego people. It not only attracted people who love Legos, it attracts the people who love collecting. And that might not necessarily be Lego collectors, but they're Star Wars collectors. And so they go for the Star Wars things. And as a guy who had Legos as a kid, it was pretty cool.
Inside, the convention lays out like someone crossed an amusement park with a museum. It's all cool, but there's a lot you can't touch. However, for LEGO fans, both amateur and serious, the Cheyenne LEGO Brick Convention opens a world of imagination. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, June 16. The trials and hardships of being a Tesla owner in Wyoming. LEGO fanatics flock to convention in Cheyenne for all things building blocks. Fastest drivers in the country? That's an easy one. Wyoming motorists top the list of speediest drivers in the U.S. by state. Wildfire season underway early in western Wyoming, where an aerial attack was grounded for a day by an illegal drone flying over the area. International visitors to Wyoming appear to be down from previous years, but domestic tourists are filling the void so far in the early summer metrics. Go see 399 Memorial while you can. WYDOT's certain to remove the highway marking. Grand Teton's popular Taggart Lake gets an upgrade. Shop owner in Italy sells all things Wyoming and Western. He dresses in Wranglers and pearl snap shirts, yet he's never set foot in America. Fashion show in Buffalo. The bats are out in Fort Laramie, and marmots are eating cars parked at trailheads from the inside out. Man, we got a lot we got to cover today. Let's start with your weather forecast for Wyoming. A mix of clouds and some chances of rain. Some folks getting sun. It's going to be a real mixed bag across the state. Chance of rain in Casper probably after 2 o'clock. Otherwise, mostly sunny, breezy. Highs 85. Lander, it should be a high near 81 with a slight chance of rain in the late afternoon. Evanston, mostly sunny, 82 today. Rock Springs, partly sunny, breezy, 84. Along western Wyoming, Pinedale, partly sunny, breezy, highs 76. Afton, mostly cloudy today with highs 81. DuBois, slight chance of rain about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, highs 75. Jackson, mostly cloudy with a highs near 80 today. Chance of rain around 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Thermop. Otherwise, partly sunny today in Thermopolis with a highs 81. Cody, you're looking at a chance of rain in the early afternoon. Otherwise, partly sunny, 78. Buffalo, chance of rain beginning around 3. Otherwise, partly sunny, 73. Sheridan, chance of rain, severe storms possible in the mid-afternoon. Otherwise, mostly cloudy, 78 in Sheridan. Gillette, chance of rain and some severe storms. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 78. Newcastle and Sundance the same. You could see some rain and some severe storm activity. Torrington, you as well. Mostly sunny, 88 in Torrington with a chance of some rain and severe storms about 3 in the afternoon. Same for Douglas with a high 84. Slight chance of rain in the afternoon for Cheyenne. Otherwise, mostly sunny, highs 86. Laramie will top out around 83 with a slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Rawlins, mostly sunny, breezy, 87 today. That's the high for the state, along with Saratoga, 87 today. Sounds like summer, mid-June. It's not officially summer yet, right? I don't think it is. Summer begins. Let's ask the Googler. Friday, June 20th. Yeah, so it's not yet summer. Although in the Cowboy State Daily, there's a story about early season visitation to Wyoming. What tourists are coming? How many? You're just a very early gauge of the summer season before it's even summer. And there's a quote from one restaurant owner who shall remain nameless until we get to the story, and then we'll name him, who said their summer is doing pretty well so far. And it actually, I should look at the exact quote because it's not summer yet. I know. I think seasons have to be adjusted in Wyoming because we're usually late to every season. We're always late to spring. You know, it's still winter when the rest of the world gets spring. And Wyoming's more than happy to call summer summer as soon as it starts consistently hitting, 70s. 80s, certainly. You start seeing 80 degrees or more for a high 2 days in a row, it's summer. That's it in Wyoming. We take what we can get because summer's so short. I think where everyone's in the summer mindset. If you ask any Wyomingite right now, how's your summer going? They wouldn't think twice. Nobody would stop and correct you. Oh, it's not summer yet. I mean, it's summer. It's hot. As soon as the bugs are out, you start sweating and it's hot. It's summer. Here's the quote. Well, maybe I don't. The quote is from, I guess I can get right into the story right now because we're talking about it. International tourism to Wyoming drops, but domestic visitors are up. This is a very early indication. It's saying it like it's done. This whole story reads like summer season just wrapped up, and here's what we know. International tourism to Wyoming drops. It's a little early to tell, isn't it? It's June 16th. We still got July, August, September. People, we'll see who's coming. Domestic tourism will step in and make up the difference. Shayla Sprague is quoted in this story. She runs the Graybull Museum and the Chamber of Commerce there in Graybull. Renee Jean wrote the story. Graybull's a favorite stop for people on their way to and from Yellowstone. And Shayla Sprague, who runs the Graybull Museum and the Chamber, she's seen visitors from pretty much every country you can name. South Africa, Sweden, whatever. She's met a visitor from just about every country. This year, Shayla said, things are different so far. I keep wanting to add the word so far onto the story because, I mean, we're not done. We just started the season. Tourists are visiting Graybull earlier than Shayla's used to, but most of what she's seeing are domestic tourists. And there's this fear that the international visitor will avoid America this season because of, and then fill in the blank, because of Trump. I mean, let's be real. Pretty much. The tariffs, there's this feeling that America's not exactly welcoming the world right now with open arms. Most of it because of POTUS and the man in office. Some of it is, for Wyoming, some distaste might be the fact that lawmakers said that they were considering a high, or was it Wyoming lawmakers that decide that international tourists would pay more? I don't know who gets to. Oh, that was that was a Trump administration. Trump administration saying any imports from China, from Russia, from countries he doesn't like, basically, are going to be tariffed real high. And then it was the Trump administration. It was the feds who recently considered or are still considering charging foreign tourists, foreign visitors more. And that came from Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. Burgum threw the idea around. He gave like a 2-3 hour presentation on his budget, which was astronomical. He said he's going to cut $1 billion from national park budgets. He's thinking about slashing a whole bunch of national parks. We have a lot of national parks, like, I don't know, almost 300 or maybe more than that. How many? Maybe 400 something. How many national parks? Burgum said he wants to just trim those down to the essential 65, which would be a significant cut. I'm getting a little off track, but I did want to know how many national parks we have. National parks plus monument, I don't know. We got hundreds and hundreds. And Burgum's idea would be to cut them down to about 65, I think. He said 60 something, 68 maybe. And then he also tinkered with the idea of charging foreign visitors more. So, that kind of stuff, I guess, leaks out internationally. And maybe your average Chinese visitor said, America hates us because we gave them COVID, and they hate us and they're charging us, even though we make everything. The average Chinese is thinking, we manufacture everything they use, their electronics, their toys, all made in China. But they hate us so much that they're charging higher tariffs, and they want to charge us more when we get to Yellowstone. So you probably get this feeling if you live in Beijing that America's not real happy to see you. At least that's how Mike Guru was telling it. Guru talked to Renee Jean about this story, the Teton County Democrat. He's a lawmaker, and he also operates Jedediah's restaurant at the airport. So he's Senator Guru, uniquely poised to see what's going on firsthand. He's got his finger on the pulse of tourism. And he said he has not seen as many international tourists so far. But the crowds do seem to be starting a tad earlier than usual. I've noticed that. I'm I'm here in Jackson in the tourism mecca. And it has started for sure. Kind of June as usual. Memorial Day weekend, which is dubbed Old West Days in Jackson, that really kicks off the season, and it usually from there, start slowly. But this year it seemed as soon as the calendar turned June that it got busy in Jackson Hole anyway. So I agree. My observation is the season's starting earlier for Wyoming. They said so in Grable. Shayla has noticed it. Mike Guru has noticed it in Jackson. Here's the quote from Guru that I was looking for, though. He said, it's not the best summer we've ever had. It's, again, summer hasn't even started. It's not the best summer we've ever had, Guru said. He must be a forecaster. He must be reading his Magic 8 Ball. We got to have Mike on. Mike's fun. I only give him this. I only kid around with him because I know he can take it. And he would come right back with something on his end. He said, it's not the best summer we've ever had, but it's not bad. It's not a home run, but we're doing just fine. It's not a home run because you haven't come to bat yet. It's June 16th. Mike Carew said, I don't think anyone needs to worry about it. In other words, what kind of tourist season it's going to be. It's not a bad summer. It's like we interviewed him in October. That's not a bad summer. Or at least July, August 1st or something. Mike Carew. Not the best summer we've ever had, but it's not bad. Well, let's wait and see how it fleshes out. It's already started. I went to the airport Friday night trying to rent a car. Family crisis here in Jackson. The wife, her car is out of commission. So, nightmare of nightmare scenario. I mean, it's hard enough living in a tourist town like Jackson where you got to live here and survive. So your food off the grocery shelf is, you don't even want to know how much. And everything you do in Jackson, you're treated as if you were a tourist. We're price gouging everywhere. We just want to go out to eat. And you got to pay, whatever. You're $300 every time we go out to dinner. $300 at least out the door. And so going to rent a car, I mean, in some towns, if your car's in the shop and sometimes your insurance may pay for a rental, not our insurance. They can't even get a rental. The insurance company said, we'll pay for you to drive in a rental while your car's in the shop. Let's see. Where do you live? What's your zip code? Oh, Jackson Hole. This is odd. There are no cars available on this Friday. Yeah, no kidding. Like zero. Went to 4 different car rental places. 2 of them were out of cars, sold out. Not a single vehicle left. One had like a minivan was the last thing available for, I don't know, like $600 a day or something. Finally found the last remaining vehicle in Jackson. And yeah, you don't want to know how much it was. I don't even want to think about it. But anyway, yeah, tourism season is off and running. June 16th, not quite summer, but sort of summer, I guess, if you live in Wyoming. And it's going. It's here. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with Greg Johnson of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Woo! Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily. Greg Johnson joins us, managing editor of Cowboy State Daily. I'm Jake. He's Greg. How's your summer going so far, Greg?
Oh, it's all right. I mean, it's just like the winter.
See, you're gonna
different.
Well, you're gonna just go ahead and play along with the idea that it is summer.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
it was a trick question.
I've used my air conditioner.
There you go. That's a good indication of summer. Never mind the calendar and these equinox thing in Wyoming. Yeah, if you fired up the AC, it's summer. Okay, I'll buy that. I like that. We were just talking about Renee Jean's story about tourism. It started early in Wyoming and different flavor to it. Less international visitors, more of us Americans just driving maybe.
Yeah. Well, and I wonder, there are fewer international tourists now. If they're charging extra fees for the international tourists, but maybe that's going to keep going down a little bit.
Yeah. Could be any number of things. The proposal by Doug Burgum to stick it to them foreigners when they go visit a national park, or Trump's tariffs, could be anything.
Yeah, I don't know if it's sticking it to them. I mean, we charge out-of-state hunters a whole lot more to come to our state to hunt.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of that same thing to charge out-of-state tourists to come here and tour. So I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't encourage it, that's for sure.
I mean, I would feel singled out if I was in Paris and went to the Louvre and wanted to go see the Mona Lisa or something. And they said, "Are you an American? Okay, here's your rate." While the German in front of me paid $10 and they tell me it's 20, I'd be like, "Oh, man."
I don't know. Under the table, that might happen quite a lot, actually. I think Americans traveling abroad get taken advantage of a lot.
Good point. This had to be an American that sat on the Van Gogh chair. You probably don't know about this, but
yeah, I saw that. The decked out chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't.
That had to be an American.
That's the oops moment.
Yeah. But, there's no way that was anything but a Yankee, American tourists get a certain, good or bad, right or wrong, they get a certain, tag. We got a certain profile, the American tourist. And this had to be an American that sat down on a priceless or precious Van Gogh chair.
At some level, I think Americans have the reputation of America is like one giant Walmart,
Yeah. We're so crude and we have no manners and we're loud. And certainly by our dress, you can tag us as Americans. But yeah, we'll talk about this story later. It's a piece of art from an Italian artist, Nicola Bola. It's in the Palazzo Maffi Museum over there in Italy. Security footage showed a man and presumably his wife taking turns sitting in the chair. I mean, I can tell you right now, you're not supposed to sit in the chair. I don't need a sign for that. This is a piece of art, which is a chair, and chairs are inviting that way. They say, put your butt here. And of course, the dude did, and the chair just collapses, and they're on security footage. They've seen it. This is what tells me they're American, is they run away. I'm sure they weren't running to tell security, "Oh, we accidentally sat on the chair and broke it." They were running. Still have not been identified, but they wrecked that art chair. They wrecked it good. Red Sox traded Rafael Devers like 2 days after he said he wasn't going to play a certain position. Well, he didn't want to play, first base or infield or somewhere. Of course, it didn't help. Devers started the season 0 for like the month of April. Struck out just about every time up at bat. And Boston's had a history of trading guys who don't have a problem with playing there. Devers said he didn't want to play some position, and next thing you know, he'll be picking up his check in San Francisco.
Yep. A lot of times, the all-star athletes, have all the power, and the Red Sox, man, they could use them. They could sure use them. So they really sent a message by sending them.
Yeah. Your Rockies still losing?
They won yesterday. But for the most part, they're good. Yeah. In fact, they rallied in the 7th inning and scored a bunch of runs and spoiled this dude. This dude had 15 strikeouts going and stuff. And for I think it was Atlanta they were playing. But yeah, they're still on a record pace. They have they have the fewest wins through 70 games since the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. So
Cleveland Spiders.
Yeah.
Oh.
They have a .186 winning percentage.
Oh man.
On pace for 30 and 132.
Go Spiders.
Yeah, and the Cleveland that's who they're going for all time is the Cleveland Spiders.
Oh man.
They finished 20 and 134 in 1899.
And were never seen again. They didn't field a team in 1890, I can't imagine. That's funny.
Spiders got squashed.
Cleveland Spiders. I suggested to our Saturday guy, John Baggett, who does the show, Cowboy State Daily Show with Bags on Saturday. I said he's a lifelong Rockies fan. I suggested to him that aren't all Rockies fans at this point practically mathematically eliminated from any postseason? A chance of a World Series is just about nil. Wouldn't you just start rooting to lose at this point and at least say, if we're going to be bad, we might as well be all-time bad. Let's do bad times 1,000. And no way, Bags was not having it. He's like, no way. He's still rooting for the Rockies.
Well, he had the Rockies announcer on Saturday.
Yes, he did.
Jack Corgan.
That's what got us.
That's got to be a tough. That's got to be a tough gig.
Yeah.
To be the team guy, you know, and the social media people, you know, they have to send out the positive messages and stuff. And I mean, we didn't commit an error in this inning. You know?
Right. Join us for Spider Night. First 100 fans get a giveaway spider in honor of the team whose record we're going to erase. How was the Lego convention, Greg? You went to.
It was good. It was good. I was surprised at how many people there. I mean, it was packed. They have several sessions. Like they have a 3-hour session, and they kick everybody out, and they do it again, so they charge each time. And so, I mean, thousands of people. The line was out the door.
Wow.
And as soon as you get inside, there's another line. It's like Disneyland. Like, okay, well, what's this line for? And of course, that's for all the merch, all the T-shirts, the commemorative things. But a lot of cool stuff. They had like displays of like whole little Lego towns that people had built. One was Mos Eisley from the Book of Boba Fett, you know, from the Star Wars thing. The whole little town is all laid out. They had a chrome little tiny, you know, those characters are tiny, you know, those little Lego people. They had a chrome Darth Vader that was going for $750.
Nice. Yeah. Go ahead.
I didn't buy any.
You didn't.
Legos.
You resisted temptation.
No, my nephew did.
Oh.
He got some. But yeah, it was pretty cool. There's a ton of stuff there. And I mean, they had these parts bins, like all these little teeny tiny Lego parts. That's basically every part that, you know, at one point or the other that you've either stepped on or vacuumed up or anything like that. You could get those replaced.
Yeah.
Through there. They had like build a character thing where they have a bin and you pick out the head and you pick out the body and different hair or hats and stuff to make your own guy. And yeah, a lot of money being spent.
Oh yeah, Dad, bring the platinum card. Yeah. It looks.
They weren't all just kids. There was a lot of adults there, and they weren't all just Lego people. A lot of them were collectors of other things, and so they're looking for Lego of their things. Like Star Wars was huge.
Yeah,
people collect Star Wars stuff. They were going after the Lego Star Wars stuff. Minecraft, the Lego Minecraft stuff, which I never got, but my nephew loves it.
Yeah, and that's pretty genius marketing by Lego. Who are they own? Is Lego a Hasbro or what is it? Or is
I don't know.
Lego? I suppose I have to look it up. But that's a genius thing. You and I, when we grew up, here's how Lego has reinvented itself to stay relevant. When you and I grew up with the Legos, they were just building blocks, and we made whatever our imagination came up with. Today's kid, they don't have imagination because they're on their smart screens all day, so the imagination's gone. They don't use that part of their brain, but they now have, you know, model. It's like a model. You know, we used to get the model warship or an airplane, and we put together the model with our glue. Now Lego has gotten into the this is what you're buying. Like, it's a box set of what it's going to be when it's done. And
Yeah. I just had the big bucket of Legos.
yeah,
I was a kid, and you just make it up.
yeah,
And that's the thing. They say, well, it helps your creativity and stuff, but is it really if it's like a model and you're just making that thing? Because if you have the box and then you're just making stuff up, that's really using your creativity. And
yeah.
Lego is its own thing. They're a Danish company.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. And what does the word Lego mean, Greg?
Let go. I don't know.
It means
Lego.
It's from the words leg golt, play well. Founded in 1932, Lego. Yeah, it used to be a Lego would exercise your creativity by building whatever your heart could imagine. And now the Lego's just pivoted, reinvented itself, and it's a whole new world of kids that are getting into these models. This is what the Lego is going to be. And then also this partnership and marriage with culture stuff like Star Wars and myriad other things. But that was genius. I mean, look at all the Star Wars fans who might not necessarily have been Lego fans, and now you brought them all on board. It's crazy. Yeah, Lego.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, it was a lot of interesting, cool stuff there. Of course the big sets that they're just cost. I was looking at one. There's this table, and it's got all those little tiny parts I told you about. They're $1, $1.
Oh,
and then behind it is this shelf with all these sets. And I heard someone go. Someone's pointing, and they go, $1, not $1. Very not.
Yeah. So was there any display? And there's so many vendors there, it looks like, from all your photos of vendors everywhere. Did anybody have any kind of a display that made mention of or made fun of or riff off the things that Legos are known for? Number one, being accidentally hoovered up by mom's vacuum. And number two, dad stepping on a Lego. Oh!
I did not see that, but that would be a good thing to make a Lego foot that's stepping on a Lego.
Yeah. I mean,
there's some people who use like these flat type of tiles, and they made like portraits of people and stuff. Those are cool. I don't know if those are actually Legos. There's other brick type things. There's people who make their own stuff that's like Lego compatible. There's this one vendor there who he buys just generic little Lego bodies from Lego. And then he does like the heads and the accessories and stuff. He prints them out on his 3D printer and makes Star Wars characters, but not the Star Wars characters that Lego makes. It makes others. And so there's a lot of Star Wars people who are looking at those because they can only get them from that guy.
Well,
good idea.
That's cool. I mean, the Lego scene, alive and well, passed down from generation to generation. You manage in your story to talk to, mom was turned on to it, able to turn her kid on to the same Lego stuff. Pretty much. It has not changed a whole lot. Thousands of Lego addicts packed into the Cheyenne Ice and Events Center over the weekend, from $1 bargain bin items to a $750 chrome Darth Vader. It was nirvana for those Lego collectors, and Craig Johnson was there.
Yeah. And I asked her, I didn't put this in the story because it just seemed like I would just be stuffing it in. But every person I talked to, I asked if Lego people are they geeks or nerds?
Oh.
And it was almost unanimous that the Lego people are geeks, because geeks are more sciencey and make things more than nerds do, and that goes into what Legos are.
Yeah, I could see that. The definition of the geeks and nerds might be a little movable for me. Hard to pin down target. I would think nerds also have a sciencey aspect, but are uncomfortable in social situations. Maybe geeks not necessarily so. Geeks are just flying their geek freak flag. And if it's Lego, you're in good company because there's
maybe they are really nerds, but they want to be geeks, and so they answer they're geeks. So.
Yes, they were nerds. Yeah, until they bought that big Star Wars Lego set, 400-piece Lego Star Wars thing, and they went right from nerd to geek. Yeah.
I love Legos. We still have, my brother has the bucket that we had when we were kids, and he's added to it. He's got, every time he goes to a swap meet or whatever, and they're selling like a big bag of Legos and stuff, he buys them. So he's got just like, I don't know. You'd have to measure it by the pound by now, I think.
Yeah. I got a nephew who's all about the Legos, and now he's a little bit out of that phase, but it's going to come back. It never leaves you. He'll come back to the Legos, I'm sure.
Did you watch the Lego movie?
No, I did not see the Lego movie. See, even that, they're just branching out. The Lego marketing team is just genius, the way they keep Lego relevant. It's amazing.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to pay some bills here, skip out a little bit. You want to hang out? What are you doing?
Yeah, I can hang out.
Okay, good, because we have a whole weekend of stories, tons of stuff. All right, we'll be right back. More with Greg Johnson of the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Back in studio with the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Greg Johnson's with us. Greg, anything new to report on that shooting fatality? Late last week, we learned of a shooting fatality in Cheyenne. 2 folks, possible suspects, or at least persons of interest in custody. What do we know?
That's all they've released so far.
Okay. That's our buddy Sheriff Brian Kozak, so I'm sure he'll get us some info as soon as he can.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. One person shot, two people taken into custody, and that's it. They haven't released anything else. I went out there and observed some things, but that's all we've got so far.
Yeah, we just had a lot of police tape, and that's all we know. Yeah. All right, I'm sure we'll get some more on a workday Monday. What else is happening? You painting your cows zebra striped? That was a pretty neat story from Andrew Rossi.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that it's worth the time to do it, but
Yeah.
if it works, that's interesting. Definitely interesting to but the stripes keep the flies down.
I wouldn't have thought of that. If
paint stripes on my head, see if that works.
Right. I mean, prior to this Japanese study that was done, found that 50% less flies landed on zebras or bovine painted like a zebra. The stripe apparently confuses flies. I thought it was Mother Nature's camouflage. There's something about the stripes on a zebra that maybe made your average cheetah not see it clearly, but maybe it's all to do about flies. At least that's what one study said. But when asked, Wyoming ranchers say, yeah, it's probably not worth the effort. It's
well, that's the thing. I mean, how long and everything does it take to paint?
Yeah,
1,000 cows.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to wash it all off to take them to market and stuff. So,
well, the first
good something if they would like breed cows with stripes.
Oh yeah, get the breeding program going. Yeah, the first good rain, you got to go repaint all your cows. Ranchers got enough to do without having to worry about that. Really interesting story from Anna Louise Jackson about the Italian guy. The guy over in Italy who's got a retail shop that's all about all things Wyoming and Western. He loves the American West. He's never been to this country, ever. Never. We have to give him a ticket. Can Cowboy State Daily work that into the budget? Get airfare for this guy?
Yeah, it'll come out of your paycheck.
Oh. This is such a... Carlo Ricci has been running a store in Italy, and he gets it. If you read this story, he dresses the part. I would not know this guy was not from Wyoming if I met him on the street. But except the fact that he doesn't speak English, like hardly at all.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. I mean, he loves Wyoming, the American West. He's got a full-size cutout of Trump. And what the nugget I love best is that he's got a framed pair of John Wayne's underwear.
Yeah. He said,
like, wow, you got to be a fan to have that.
I mean, there's long-standing tradition of Italians being really interested in cowboy culture and I mean spaghetti westerns. You look at the old what's his name? The old Italian director who made all those great westerns.
Benini or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Clint Eastwood, kind of rose to fame on those old spaghetti westerns.
Yeah. John Wayne's actual pair of underwear worn by John Wayne. Now, how do we know that? I read the whole story from Anna Louise, hoping she would explain how this shop owner came to possess John Wayne's underpants. And apparently,
didn't get into that detail. He just has them.
Yeah, he just got it.
He has them. I don't know. Maybe he just stuck a pair of underwear and calls them John Wayne's, but.
You have to take it on faith.
I don't know if you DNA test the skid mark on it or what. But,
Don't say that about the Duke. Come on. Yeah, it's so interesting.
Sure, it's the Duke's Duke.
Is that the Duke's Dookie or not? How authentic are these underpants? What a cool guy, though.
This is a very worthwhile conversation at this point.
Yeah.
He's got a jackalope. Yeah, so he's
got a jackalope. Yeah. He's got the buffalo.
Lots of Wyoming flags.
Mm-hmm. Got the
There's
buffalo
a photo
flag.
of him holding a Jackson Hole shirt.
Yeah. He's got the diamond cross. Right, which that's friends of mine. And that's a ranch that I often DJ weddings at. Great ranch. And he's got, some of their clothing. So yeah, it's like he lives here. It's so weird. He is authentically mimicking Wyoming pretty well for a guy who's never been over here. I'm impressed. And what a weirdness that's got to be to run across this place in Italy, especially for a Wyoming guy.
Yeah, she's in Italy, walking around and finds this place.
Yeah. That had to be mind-bending.
It just shows you just got to go places and you'll see stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's our motto. Go places and you'll see stuff.
Go places, see stuff, win prizes. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm assuming they didn't find a Bigfoot because we told Mark that if they actually find a Bigfoot, he's gotta do it. He's gotta write about it.
Yeah, that would be a Mark Hines thing for sure. Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily outdoors reporter, wildlife guy. Bigfoot lives outdoors, and he's probably wildlife, I guess. You'd have to classify him as wildlife.
Yeah, I think so. But Boulder County, Colorado, they had their government organized Bigfoot hunt.
Yeah.
I don't know what the tags are for that.
Oh, the hashtags?
I think they were just looking. They weren't actually hunting him.
Oh, the hunting tags. Right. I gotcha. Yeah.
If they ever verify there's a Bigfoot, I bet you they put him on the list, on the endangered list.
I mean, I have to ask, Greg, are you Bigfoot believer? Do you believe Sasquatch Yeti is real?
I believe that other people believe it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big believer in them. Everything to me is, it's especially today's day and age with cameras everywhere, trail cams everywhere, everything. Nobody can get an in focus picture of the thing. It always looks like, if it looks like a guy in a suit, it's probably a guy in a suit.
Mm-hmm. I agree. By now we would have come across Bigfoot if there was a Bigfoot. Same thing for me for aliens and UFOs, but yeah. Anything else before we wrap up?
Well, I don't think anybody who lives here would be surprised that we're the fastest drivers.
Right.
Yeah, good stuff.
It was a couple of weeks ago, I found this map and this story about how Wyoming was one of the fastest states in theory. Like our roads, our speed limits. If you averaged all the, speed limit 70 for this many miles and speed limit 75 here and speed limit 80 for this many miles on Interstate 80, when you did all the number crunching, Wyoming was like third fastest state theoretically, where you could legally drive this. Texas was number one only because they have the highest speed limit. They have an 85 in some areas of West Texas. But I was glad to see Wyoming getting vindication, despite what our speed limit signs are. We are the fastest driving state. Texas.
I think it's because I'm sure it's because there's so much space between each spot. So you consistently driving 75 or 80.
Yeah.
For a long stretch.
Yeah, without encountering traffic for the most part. Like, try to make that Dallas to San Antonio drive. You're not going to do more than 50 for most of that. Yeah, it's traffic and it's this big, enormous spaces between everything. All right, Greg.
Yeah, I'm going to go wrap my car in a tarp so the marmots don't get it.
Yeah, that's another story we got to get to. That's crazy. People wrapping their car so the marmots don't eat it from the inside out. Can't make this stuff up. Have a great Monday, Greg.
Oh, well, we try.
But we'll try. Yeah, it won't stop us from trying. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A University of Wyoming dean who was demoted this spring sued the university last week. Cameron Wright, former dean of UW's College of Engineering and Physical Sciences, says the school illegally retaliated against him after he objected to using state money marked for the engineering college to bolster a spin-off computing school. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wright is accusing UW of breaking a state law that forbids state employers from penalizing employees who notify their employers in good faith of law or policy violations.
There was kind of a long simmering controversy where way back last fall semester, he was refusing to divert money from the legislature into a spin-off computing school that was run by the university president's girlfriend, domestic partner. So at that time, two lawmakers, Senator Chris Rothfuss and Representative Carly Provenza, wrote the governor, like, you have to protect this guy from retaliation.
Wright also accuses UW trustees who sought to explain his demotion of, quote, publicly disseminating otherwise confidential information, falsely denigrating his performance as dean. A bear shot in Alaska last year officially set the new world record for a hunter-killed grizzly and is a stunning trophy. That's what an expert Wyoming hunter told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines. The male bear, estimated to be 20 to 25 years old, was shot in September of 2024, and Guy Eastman of Cody, who's hunted grizzlies in Alaska and Canada, said the record-setting Boone and Crockett score is truly impressive.
He said, yeah, this is significant. It is a huge bear. The thing about bears, the way they're scored, it's all about the size of the skull. By that, the skull that's been completely cleaned up. It doesn't have any fur, muscle, nothing left on it, just the bone. And just by measuring the bone, this does set a new world record.
Despite its prestigious status, it's still not the largest grizzly skull ever officially recognized by Boone and Crockett. The largest skull came from a skeleton that was discovered in Alaska after the bear had died from natural causes. A team of Japanese scientists painted zebra stripes on black cows in 2019 to keep biting flies away, and it worked. So Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi polled a few Wyoming ranchers to see if this unique form of pest control might be put to use in the wide open spaces of the American West.
Science supports the fact that stripes on zebras are there primarily to deflect biting flies. They've done that study. They've reaffirmed this result multiple times. The problem is, out in Wyoming, you're talking about ranches that have thousands of cattle, and painting stripes on a bunch of cattle is very time-consuming. And when there are other alternatives available that are just easier to manage and don't require any artistic skill, that's what Wyoming ranchers are going to go with.
One rancher said that while he wouldn't consider painting zebra stripes on his cattle, he encouraged ranchers to keep an open mind about innovative techniques. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Well, if you ever find yourself feeling a bit homesick homesick while visiting the Adriatic coast of Italy, you might be surprised and delighted to find a giant Wyoming state flag painted outside a store that's just steps away from the soft sand beaches of this European resort town. Welcome to Jack and Gill, a store that's been an institution in this beach destination since 1978 when owner Carlo Betty Ricci first opened shop. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson stopped into the Western-themed store.
I think the craziest part to me is he's never been to the U.S. I saw the Wyoming flag outside, and that's why I went in. But he's never seen a buffalo or bison. He's never been to the U.S. His store is sort of like part Army Navy, part museum in some ways, and then part like country western store. He's been doing this for 47 years, so I would assume that people buy stuff. There wasn't anyone there when I was there, but for 47 years he's had this shop.
If there was any question about the depth of Ricci's love for the American West, it disappears when you come across the framed underwear once worn by John Wayne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. So, what drew more people, the No Kings protests or Trump's parade? We'll do a head count here in a minute. We're searching for Sasquatch. 2 Bigfoot sightings in Colorado has at least one Yeti follower believing that Bigfoot's out there. Just gotta find him. Is Bigfoot in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado? I mean, if Bigfoot's anywhere, that would be a place, right? Maybe. But before we do any of that, we gotta stop right here with China. What the heck, China? China is in the news 2 times. China is, I mean, it's a big country. So a lot of news comes out of China, what the CCP allows to come out of China. So it shouldn't be surprising to see all kinds of crazy stories come out of China, including Chinese say they've invented like the fastest computer ever. It's a quantum computer. It makes the fastest computer we've ever made here in the U.S., or the fastest computer that we know of, look like the very first desktop model of the Apple Mac. I mean, they got a quantum computer that does a jillion, billion, trillion computations in seconds. You know, stuff that would take The fastest supercomputer we know of now, prior to China's quantum computer, which works a whole different way, apparently. It does not work using data bytes like a 1 and a 0. You know, the computer language, the computer, for all its fanciness and for all its fast thinking, the computer still uses a 1 and a 0. And that's it. That's its language, the computer. So quantum computing does not use, it does away with the old 1 and 0, it does away with the whole premise of if, then, now, and computer programming. It works on a whole nother level, this quantum computer. Super fast. But that's not the two stories I wanted to talk about with China. What the heck, China? China just made an artificial sun. China's preparing for the day when our sun burns out, I guess. And they'll be fine in China. Don't worry. When the sun finally explodes, and it's doing a pretty good job indicating it's about ready to spew out, right? Lately, the sun has been having all kinds of solar flares and CMEs. Or RMPs or whatever that is when the sun like has a burp. The sun burps flame at us at Earth and it creates this solar flare, creates some trouble with our electronics. If the sun burps, every time the sun burps, it causes our electronic grid to get all sketch. Suddenly your computer, your internet isn't working right. Your cell phone coverage stinks. But you got the auroras going pretty good. Create some really nice northern lights. So we have that to look at while your phone is broken. Anyway, so that tells me the sun is like giving indication that it's on its last legs. I don't know if scientists really know how long the sun will last. But when it finally fizzles out, when the sun has finally gone dark, China will be fine because they made their own sun. In fact, it makes the sun look like a cold marble. China's made a fusion reactor that just stayed hotter than the sun for over half an hour. Can you imagine the energy that must have taken? I don't know what it's fueled by. Fusion. Okay. Whatever fusion is. China, reports out of China that their East reactor, nicknamed Artificial Sun, just set a world record that stuns even nuclear physicists. The experimental fusion reactor sustained temperatures of, get ready to gasp, 158 million degrees Fahrenheit. If that sounds hot, yeah, it is. It's 5 times hotter than the core of the actual sun. So China has told the sun, hold our beer, hold our sake. Or is that Japan? Yeah, that's Japan. Hold our beer. We don't need you anymore, sun. We've got a better sun, a hotter sun. For a half an hour, China was blasting its own sun. Temperatures of 158 million degrees Fahrenheit for over 30 minutes. 5 times hotter than the sun. So when the sun finally burns out, China's going to be just fine. They made their own sun. Unbelievable. And one more story out of China. In our new category on Mondays is going to be, what the heck, China? China is potentially making the day longer. That's how big, that's how impactful China is. China's huge landmass, obviously. And China has a lot of people, obviously. Not as many as India, though. India really crams people in there. But China has made a gigantic dam The Three Gorges Dam is huge. It is an engineering wonder. And NASA has just confirmed that China's Three Gorges Dam could make every day longer and make irreversible changes to the Earth's rotation. That's how big this dam is, because the water it holds behind it, water is heavy. And if you want to alter how fast the Earth spins, water is the way to do it. I mean, what is this planet? 75% water, whatever the ratio number is. Planet is mostly water. Water is heavy. If you mass some water behind a dam, if you alter where water is on the planet, you could throw off the rotation. And NASA says China has done that. The day is longer by 0.06 microseconds, I think. Okay, that's not a lot, but it adds up. China's gigantic Three Gorges Dam could make every day longer as it makes irreversible changes to Earth's rotation. This story in uniledtech.com, NASA confirming that China's massive dam has made the day longer. So, yeah, think about that the next time you're sitting at work in your cubicle just waiting for 5 o'clock to get there. I can't wait to get off of work. Oh, I hate this job. Well, you got to wait an extra 0.06 microseconds thanks to China and their big giant dam, making the day longer. We'll ask Don Day if that has thrown off his weather forecasting at all, the big giant dam over there, and having a day be longer. Imagine that has implications with forecasting weather. President Trump and his fact spinners. I'm just kidding. I don't know if he's got a team of fact spinners, but he's got a team. And his team said that tons of people watched his military parade, way more than took part in No Kings protests across the country over the weekend. Trump's team claims 250,000 supporters watched his military parade. The story I'm reading, and I've looked at a few sources. I can't find a story source that is slanted towards President Trump's numbers. Most are saying, yeah, 250,000 might be a stretch. Following the Saturday event at the Capitol, the Trump administration quick to tout what appeared to be inflated attendance numbers. The brand No Kings protest probably drew millions across the country. One estimate says perhaps 4, 5, 6 million took part. This estimate from data journalist G. Elliott Morris and other outside analysts estimate that event organizers all combined across the country in the No Kings protest, approximately 5 million, let's say, took part on average. The estimate is between 4 and 6 million people took part in No Kings protest across the country. So we'll call it 5 million. And President Trump is saying he had 250,000 at his military parade. Seems like a lot. Despite the threat of rain, White House Communications Director Stephen Chung wrote on X, said, despite the threat of rain, over 250,000 patriots showed up to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. God bless America. God bless the USA, wrote Stephen Chung on X, formerly Twitter. I'm looking at some photos of the parade, and I mean, from the aerial shots, 250,000 might be a stretch. certainly more took part in the No Kings protest. We'll talk about those in a moment. First, we got to get into the Zoom room, talk to Don Day with our day weather forecast. Don, China has made a dam so big, they've dammed up so much water behind it, the Three Gorges Dam, that NASA scientists say that collection of water has caused the Earth, has changed the Earth's rotation and spin, and it's made the day longer by 0.000, kind of longer, but still, when you mass water, when you alter where water is on the planet, water's heavy, and that could throw off Earth's spin, Earth's rotation. What does it do to your weather instruments?
Nothing.
More sensationalism. You caught. Don loves to catch Jake making sensational headlines of weather. Okay. No effect on Wyoming. If it rains today in Cheyenne, it won't be because of China.
Well, everybody loves to blame the weather on something.
Yeah.
You know, it's these days, it's never just the weather. It's like, well, there's got to be a reason for it. You know, we did something wrong to make this bad. It's really funny. If you actually study history of weather and the evolution of trying to understand the weather and folklore and culture and all those things, you know, we're not that much different. This may sound crazy, but we're not that much different now than 1,000 years ago. Because 1,000 years ago, if people thought that the weather was bad because of what they did, you know, and so there would be sacrifices. You'd have to do all of these things to try to make it right with the gods. And so right now, the same thing is going on. So it's like, well, if the weather is bad as well, we did something. Something caused it. We built a dam in China and we made the weather bad.
Right. No, I agree. We've progressed very little from the old days when we stared up into the sky and saw lightning and said, we must have angered the gods. Somebody find a virgin. Yeah, we haven't come very far in all that time. Now it's China's the new bad guy. Yeah, we're going to point at China for messing up our weather. Boy, it was warm over the weekend. And we had a few stories in the Cowboy State Daily that talk about the summer tourism season, and we had one state senator say, our summer is pretty good. Our summer's been good. And I'm thinking, it's not even summer yet, like technically, but it feels like summer. And Greg Johnson said, if you've used the air conditioner, if you use the AC in your car, your home, that's officially summer in Wyoming. Feels like summer, that's for sure.
Well, no, I would have to put an asterisk by that. If you use your air conditioning more than 1 or 2 days in a row, then yes.
Got it. Yeah. Well, it's an acknowledgement of such a short season for us in Wyoming. I mean, if it's in 80s for a couple of days and we're sweating and slapping bugs, it's summer. Like, if it sure feels like it. But how's that forecast holding up? I do. Well, you go ahead and do the forecast. I have one more follow-up question about the extended forecast. But what are we looking at this week?
I mean, for today and tomorrow, we're going to again out on the Eastern Plains have severe weather. Tomorrow in particular, but also today. Today, the northeast corner of the state, Sheridan, Buffalo, Gillette, Newcastle, Sundance, wear your hail helmets. It's going to be an active afternoon of severe weather. And some of those eastern plains may even see some thunderstorms in the overnight hours. And then tomorrow, a cool front comes across the state. Everybody will cool off a bit. And again, those eastern plains will have a high risk of severe weather. But once we get beyond Tuesday, a warm, dry trend is going to develop Wednesday through probably Saturday, and it's going to get hot again. I mean, there's going to be some really warm temperatures by Thursday and Friday, and the thunderstorms will take a few days off.
Yeah, back to the 80s midweek. And then if we want to keep looking far out, and I know there's a limit to how far out the crystal ball looks, but man, I'm seeing like not even getting to 60 on Sunday for Jackson Hole. Like what?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we have a pretty strong cold front that we see coming in Sunday and Monday. I mean, This is the third weekend of June. I don't know exactly what the first day of summer is, but I think it's arriving close to the first day of official summer.
Oh, wow.
So maybe they're putting extra water in that dam, Jake, and it's going to send a cold front. It's going to send that cold front through here. But yeah, we could see a significant cool down late this weekend and early next week. In fact, models are just models. They're not reality. But, the European model has actually accumulating snow in Yellowstone Park a week from today or a little before then. So we'll see. We'll kind of monitor. We don't want to pull the trigger on that yet, but that's something that you and I will need to be talking about as the week progresses.
Yeah, I did notice that, like, the projected high for Jackson on Sunday was 59. I'm like, come on. So we're going to usher summer in a typical Wyoming way, I guess. Where is that cold front right now, Don? Like
up in the Gulf of Alaska, off the coast of British Columbia. That's where it's forming.
Mm.
And usually by the third or fourth week of June, we don't usually see those systems make it that far inland. But the models have been very consistent over the last couple of weeks of advertising this. And so when you see consistency like that, it's seeing something in the big picture that might be driving it. So stay tuned.
All right. Something to keep an eye out for. Late over the weekend, Sunday and Monday. But right now, this Monday, looking at a decent day, smaller cold front, and no China influence as far as we can see. Warm up midweek. I like it, Don. Good stuff. Have a great Monday.
You too.
Day weather forecast from the Cowboy State Daily. Looking pretty good today, although watch some areas of Wyoming gonna put on your hail helmet, as Don says. Could have some severe storms today, especially up there around Sheridan. Other places around Wyoming, and then a nice warm-up midweek. I like that. Day weather forecast. Don Day joins this show every morning. Drop his knowledge on us, and I like to see if I can trip him up with some just crazy speculation like, what's China doing to our weather? And of course, Don sets me straight right away. Take a quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit
heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days. They haven't drank anything. They're cold. They're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long. It was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
So finishing up that thought on the who turned out more, was it Trump's military parade or was it the No Kings demonstrations across the country? By the way, there was some violence associated with the No Kings protests, demonstrations, whatever you want to call them, including one death, and that was in Salt Lake, just down the road from us. A bystander was killed when somebody opened fire. I don't know who the shot was meant for, but maybe just a random shot. Bystander killed in Salt Lake City over the weekend, part of the No Kings protests. I don't think there was any unrest in Florida, certainly not in Brevard County, which is that's the county with Cocoa Beach. It's the 10th most populated county in Florida. Did you see the sheriff of Brevard, is that how you say it? Brevard County? He is, every once in a while we get a sheriff that just transcends their popularity. In Wyoming, we have Sheriff Brian Kozak, right? Like, he's a fun sheriff. And he's about as famous as a sheriff gets in Wyoming. Sheriff Brian Kozak of Albany County. Is that who he's sheriffing of? Or is it Laramie? No, he's a Laramie County sheriff. And then we had Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Remember him from Arizona with his stance on immigration. He became more famous than most sheriffs. The next sheriff up, next man up, next sheriff up for worldwide fame, or at least, more famous sheriff than sheriffs usually get to be, is going to be the Brevard County sheriff. I don't even know his name, but he was the guy who has the quote about warning protesters prior to the No Kings. He said, if you're coming to do your protesting in Brevard County, the No Kings protest, here's what you're going to encounter: police resistance. Keep it civil, because if it turns violent, we will kill you. That's what the sheriff basically said. I'm paraphrasing. That's pretty much what he said. He said, if you pick up a brick and throw it at us, we will kill you. It was fantastic. And he used that Southern phrase, popularized by one of the greatest comedians of all time, Jerry Clower. He said, we will kill you graveyard dead. That was an old Jerry Clower line. And they say that still today in the Deep South. Jerry Clower was from Mississippi. And they talk about that. Jerry Clower cannot say someone dies without saying graveyard dead. Like many of the old timers in the Deep South, you know, they'll be talking about hunting coons. I have my coon hunting dog, and he treed that coon, and then the dog had a seizure and fell over. Graveyard dead. They say that's how they describe the graveyard dead. And this sheriff used that phrase. That's an old Southern phrase. Let me see if I can play. I had people asking for us to play this on the show over the weekend. I had people contacting our studio line, texting, saying, you got to play this thing from the sheriff.
If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave.
Oh, mob rule a car. I like that.
Likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and then jail.
Ooh.
If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at.
Oh.
Because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This is got to stop.
Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's strong stuff. Good stuff. And I love the reference to Jerry Clower. We will kill you graveyard dead. Yeah, they're not messing around in Brevard County, Florida. Better be careful. So, yeah, I don't know if there was more people at Trump's military parade. His team estimates 250,000. Didn't quite look like that from the aerials I'm seeing. Watching 6,000 soldiers, 128 Army tanks roll through Washington, D.C. Some reporters said empty bleachers, gaps in the crowd could be seen. They'd be surprised if the 250,000 was even close to correct. And then estimates of the No Kings protest across the country, probably around 5 million, supposedly. What else are we looking at today? How about Claire McFarland has some resolution? Maybe we can put this to bed finally. Maybe. But the High Court hands the LDS Church a win in the controversial 101-foot Cody Temple. The Wyoming Supreme Court, Friday of last week, upheld a lower court ruling denying a Cody group the chance to challenge the approval of the Latter-day Saints Temple in Cody. The LDS Temple in Cody has been controversial from day one. The temple being built on a 4.7-acre parcel of land the church owns within Cody. It's designed to stand 24 feet tall with a 76-foot steeple topping it. From day one, there's been opposition to the LDS Temple. Groups including Preserve Our Cody Neighborhoods have been against it. The temple was approved by county commissioners, by all the necessary people, and then it became the height of it. Too tall, said Preserve Our Cody Neighborhoods. They sued, and the decision now ends 2 years of controversy over the 101-foot tall temple in a residential neighborhood. The High Court of the land, Wyoming Supreme Court, has ruled and upheld a lower court ruling on Friday. So that should presumably end any proposed litigation as far as the LDS temple is concerned in Cody. Good story from Claire McFarland. Check that out. Claire also has a story about the demoted dean at University of Wyoming, who is suing now. This dean, apparently a pretty popular dean with students and other faculty, and with the university trustees as well. There was a bit of a dust-up when this dean was demoted not too long ago, a few months ago. In fact, the decision by President Seidel to demote this dean caused Ed Seidel to be looked into. You remember those news stories. The latest in this saga is Cameron Wright, who is the dean we're talking about, former dean now, of UW's College of Engineering and Physical Sciences, CEPS, was demoted back on April 1st following a vote of the UW Board of Trustees. He remains a UW professor. UW said it demoted Wright because he lacked a cogent plan to use state money to elevate the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences to nationally recognized levels of excellence. Wright counters instead in his lawsuit, saying this demotion was solely in retaliation for his refusal to use state funds earmarked for the engineering college to support a spin-off computing school that UW President Ed Seidel's romantic partner, Dr. Gabrielle Allen, was running. And the plot thickens. Yeah, so lawsuit, that's the latest to come out of Laramie campus there at UW, University of Wyoming. Dean Cameron Wright, who fought with UW President Ed Seidel and was demoted, is filing a lawsuit. He did so on Thursday. Wants his position reinstated, claims the demotion was illegal retaliation. That's a story from Claire McFarland, a couple of stories she wrote of interest. When we come back, we're going to talk about a few Mark Hines stories, including a possibility of finding Yeti, Sasquatch, Bigfoot. The hunt is on in Colorado. And we'll talk about a road in the Snowy Range that remains closed because nobody can figure out who owns it. Those stories and more coming up in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, thanks for the feedback on our studio line. We got a couple of texts talking about that sheriff in Florida that warned protesters that were going to show up in his county about the No Kings thing to behave themselves or else. And our commenters on the studio line said another awesome sheriff is Sheriff Grady Judd in Polk County, Florida. Apparently, he has some entertaining videos on YouTube. And we get another message on our studio line saying Wyatt Earp is alive and well in Florida. Yeah. These are tough-talking, no-nonsense sheriffs who say, hey, if you throw stuff at us, we will kill you. Yeah. Graveyard dead. Should be a trademark line for Jerry Clower, who is super popular with truckers. Well, you know, we should get our resident trucker and on the line. I have his phone number and see if truckers still listen to Jerry Clower. Daryl Orr is our weatherman turned trucker. He's a long haul gear jammer. He often is listening to the show. And he'll chime in. And Daryl, if you're listening, text us on our studio line, which I think you know the number, but I'll give it out again. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Daryl, if you're out there on the road, running your rig, your 18-wheeler down the road, tell us if truckers still listen to Jerry Clower. It wasn't that long ago. I would still see his cassette tapes at the Flying J. You know, an 8-track tape of Jerry Clower at the Flying J is so Americana. From the 1960s and 70s. 80s, 90s. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that might be old. And Daryl Orr is one of the new breed of truckers. You know, so I don't know if Daryl Orr does the whole CB thing, breaker, and all that. And I don't know if he's hip to the Jerry Clower, but I can tell you there's a trucking culture of old timers, the old G's, the OGs of trucking that swear by breakers. They get on the CB, which is a fizzling art. That's a dying breed, the CB right now, Citizen Band Radio. And then, the Jerry Clower cassette tapes. Jerry Clower, great humorist comedian of the Deep South, and used to be popular with truckers, but I don't know if that's still the case. Maybe Daryl will let us know. Let's go to the Snowy Range, a road that nobody should be on because nobody owns it. Mark Hines has a story about the popular Snowy Range Road that remains closed now. This is over a year, I think, because nobody can figure out who owns it. Boswell Road in southeast Wyoming, in this Snowy Range area, beautiful area of Wyoming. The Snowy Range, Boswell Road has been in existence since before Wyoming was a state. Boswell Road is, legendary, really. Old road. There's now a closed sign, road closed, private property, no trespassing. I think that's not necessarily accurate, the private property thing. I think nobody knows whose property it is, which is probably why the road closed sign was largely disregarded for most of the summer season last year. It's a popular recreational area accessed primarily by Boswell Road. And last year, authorities closed it. Now, I want to know who the authorities are, and this is why, because the county says it's not our road. Nobody wants it when it comes to maintaining it. That's the problem. Like, who has to fix the who has to fix it? I don't know if there's potholes. It's just a dirt road. But who has to maintain it? Who has to plow it free of snow? Who has to, keep the road up? The county basically said they don't want, it's not our road. We can't do it anymore. We're not going to do it. The Forest Service says it's not our road. We're not going to maintain it. Nobody wants this road, and it all comes down to money, as everything does. But if nobody will claim the road, claim ownership of the road, who then, under whose authority is the road closed? That's what I want to know. Recreationalists are upset as another busy summer season gets underway, and it's looking like last summer when the road was closed. Most folks just ignored that. Good. I mean, I can't advise, I can't incite to riot as somebody who has a microphone in front of them, but I'm glad people just ignored it. The road was technically, as Mark Hines writes in the Cowboy State Daily, the road was technically closed last year, although numerous people just kept using it. Yeah. That's what I say. Keep using it. If nobody wants the road, if nobody will claim ownership of the road, then how can somebody then close the road? Who put the sign there? It's a favorite route for campers, hunters, other outdoor enthusiasts. The road even provides access and has held up development in the Snowy Range area. Two developers who bought 161 acres of the Ox Yoke Ranch property and have hopes of parting that property out, selling home sites, said their project has stalled because of the road's murky status. Boswell Road dates back to a wagon route established in the 1870s prior to Wyoming being a state. It's about just shy of 11 miles long, runs east-west from the Boswell Ranch, south of Jelm, Wyoming, to Mountain Home. Two sections cross into Colorado before coming back into Wyoming. And for 2.5 miles of the road, there are 4 parcels of private land the road crosses. But at this point, the dispute, I guess Albany County Sheriff, and I say Albany, everybody else from Wyoming says Albany. On June 6th, Albany County Sheriff's Office posted a notice that the road is still closed to the public. Under whose authority? If the county says it's not our road, how can the county then close it? That's what I would like to know. The notice cites a 2023 resolution from the Albany County Commission saying that Boswell Road isn't a county road. Well, if it's not a county road, then you don't have the authority to close it, I wouldn't think. Just as if it's a private road, if it was my road, my driveway, the county can't come and put up a sign saying driveway closed, road closed. It's not theirs. The Forest Service doesn't want it either. At one time, the U.S. Forest Service and the county worked together to maintain Boswell Road, but the Forest Service no longer claims the road either. In fact, this quote from a spokesperson, Aaron Voos from Medicine Bow Forest and Thunder Basin National Grassland spokesperson said, I can confirm that the Forest Service position on the road remains unchanged. It is not a National Forest System road. So the forest wants nothing to do with the road. They can't maintain it, don't want to maintain it. And the county says, not our road. They're sick of maintaining it. Nobody wants it now. So you got a 150-year-old road, 155-year-old road that nobody wants. Nobody knows who owns it. And so we're just going to close it. That's the part that makes no sense to me. Okay, you can try to figure out who should maintain the 11 miles of road. You can have parties just walk away from the road, put their hands up and say, I'm done with it. We're not going to fix it. We're not going to do anything. Fine. Then don't close it. Let us continue to use the road, us being the public. Use a road that's been in use since the 1870s. Let us continue to use the road. If it becomes deteriorated to the point it needs repair, maybe we'll take up a fund and fix it ourselves. But let that be the determinant of why the road can't be traversed anymore. Don't put up a closed sign. For one, under whose authority is it closed? The Forest Service can't put up a closed sign. They say it's not our road. The Albany County Sheriff's Office put up the closed sign, but the county said it's not their road. So, you know what? If you're ignoring the closed sign, good, I say. Keep using the road. I didn't say that out loud, though. And that's ignorance is no excuse for breaking the law. Neither is quoting me saying, go ahead and use the road. Sasquatch is hanging out in Colorado, Boulder County, to be exact. Mark Hines has a story about Boulder County buzzing with Sasquatch fever after 2 reported sightings this year alone in the vicinity of Longmont. I have cowboyed a good deal in the Longmont area, Longmont, Loveland area. Never saw a Sasquatch. Of course, I wasn't really looking hard for him. I was too busy getting bucked off of bad horses. But there's a group of Bigfoot hunters who went out last Friday night to track him down. It does not sound like a good idea. This sounds like an idea that was hatched up when the bars closed. Who wants to look for Bigfoot? Friday night Bigfoot. If you really are going to do an organized Bigfoot thing, you would do it in the daytime. You would get some kind of drone activity. It's not something you think up after, a case of Coors and the bars close. Let's go look for Bigfoot. Friday night. They came up empty-handed, but the group says they have more outings planned. Alan McGargle, volunteer naturalist with the Boulder County Parks and Open Space. He's been hunting Bigfoot since 2009. He's pretty sure Bigfoot exists. He points to places in the U.S. where there have been other sightings. Colorado, not the only place. Ohio, upstate New York. Both areas believed to hold Bigfoot. I always hear Washington State is a popular place where Bigfoot might be hanging out. You always see the fuzzy photos that are out of focus. But 2 sightings of Bigfoot, a December encounter early in the morning. A man claimed he saw a Sasquatch run across the road in front of his vehicle. That happened in Boulder County. And a second sighting by an older woman in March, roughly 3 miles from where that first sighting was. She saw Bigfoot about 10 o'clock at night trotting down the road. Shook her up, she said. Bigfoot in Boulder County, Colorado. This all happened after they legalized marijuana, so do the math. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, we continue.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Wyoming legislative committee is proposing 3 tax hikes on multiple gaming industries and a plan to insert a money monitoring system into gaming machines across Wyoming bars, casino-style halls, and truck stops. The flurry of draft proposals came at the end of a Thursday meeting of the legislature's Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments in Cheyenne. Proponents of the increase told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that it's time for tighter regulations and higher taxes in light of the gaming industry's exploding presence in the state.
We have skill-based amusement games, all sorts of different formats of horse racing. We have lottery. We have sports betting, online sports betting as well. Wyoming was taxing much, much lower than the average. So some of the people we're talking like these have been allowed to just explode into every corner of Wyoming life. So they proposed 3 tax hikes.
Detractors from the gaming and related industries said the taxes will harm businesses and local workers and limit the competitive edge of companies that pay taxes to Wyoming. An Albany County Sheriff's deputy pulled over one driver for going 110 miles per hour in a 70-mile-per-hour zone. The next day, the same driver was clocked at 116 miles per hour. That's not surprising, though, according to a new study which crunched data for insurance companies. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that Wyoming ranks number 1 for fastest drivers in the U.S.
One of the reasons why, when you talk to folks and look at the study, is there's just wide open freeways in Wyoming, and there's great distances to travel. And as everybody knows, Wyoming is the most sparsely populated state. So what does that mean? Less traffic. And you combine that with the legislature setting miles per hour at 80 miles per hour at the highest, you can go fast.
In the study, New Mexico was second at 71 miles per hour. Idaho was third at 70.5. New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maryland ranked at the bottom with long-distance average driving speeds below 55 miles per hour. Well, since Elon Musk joined the Trump administration, Tesla owners in Wyoming have been targets of vandalism, harassment, and internal strife. But now that the Trump-Musk alliance has hit the skids, Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag spoke to several customers who said they're hoping all the drama just goes away.
On one hand, you have some people who really are so detached, they don't care one way or the other. They're doing their best to be indifferent to all the reactions, and that includes middle fingers and derogatory statements. And then on the other end, I spoke with one self-declared bleeding heart liberal who said that all along it's been a pretty difficult thing for her to drive the Tesla considering this Musk-Trump alliance.
Drivers say they're doing their best to ignore the volatile politics of Tesla ownership altogether while conceding that it's easier said than done. Many still feel like they're displaying a target each time they push start. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, Start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo. Reel in a big trout. Fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Thousands of Lego addicts packed into the Cheyenne Ice and Events Center this weekend to click with other Lego maniacs. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson spoke to some of the attendees, some of whom came from hundreds of miles away to peruse the plastic blocks. From $1 bargain bins to a $750 chrome Darth Vader, it was nirvana for serious collectors and those who just like to play with Legos.
You get inside and there's Legos all over the place. There are little tiny Lego people, there are giant Lego sets, little Lego sets. There are tubs full of pieces of Legos where kids can, for like $5, mix and match to create their own little Lego people. It not only attracted people who love Legos, it attracts the people who love collecting. And that might not necessarily be Lego collectors, but they're Star Wars collectors. And so they go for the Star Wars things. And as a guy who had Legos as a kid, it was pretty cool.
Inside, the convention lays out like someone crossed an amusement park with a museum. It's all cool, but there's a lot you can't touch. However, for Lego fans, both amateur and serious, the Cheyenne Lego Brick Convention opens a world of imagination. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I respond to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and protest against this normalizing.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree. I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, and let's go to Big Sky Country. And that would be David Madison's purview. He's up there Montana way.
Good morning.
David, I've got some disappointing news for you.
What's that?
Montana does not drive as fast as Wyoming. Not even close.
We relinquished that title, I guess, when we decided to put speed limits.
That's when the fall happened. That was the great demise, the beginning of the end for Montana. The glorious state that once was known for that classic speed limit sign that just was blank and said speed reasonable and prudent. Just, you decide however fast your vehicle can go. But yeah, once you buckled under, and I think it was the feds, right? Like the federal pressure to...
Right, the highway traffic dollars.
Right.
Yeah.
So look what it's done to you. Wyoming, in this latest, this story from Justin George, according to data compiled by Money Supermarket, Wyoming's got the fastest drivers. 71.8 miles an hour on average is how fast we go when we're getting somewhere. Almost 72 miles an hour, man. Hammered down. Montana, by comparison, 67. What a bunch of slowpokes. Get out the way. Wow. David.
Yeah. Well, I'm old man Madison on my street yelling about all the traffic because Bozeman's gotten so busy. I saw a guy, I swear, he looked like he was wearing flip-flops on a chopper, passing somebody doing about 60 on a 25 mile an hour zone, double. Yeah.
Dang. Well, yeah. I mean, You like to think people are driving fast out there on the highway and not, and those people that do 80 and a 40, that's dangerous.
I think David Letterman there's an anecdote about him getting pulled over and, getting a $5 speeding ticket or something back in the day.
Oh, wow.
After doing 120 or something.
Right. And it was like, I heard anecdotally, I'm sure it's not true. The ticket you got wasn't necessarily for driving too fast in Montana and it being unsafe. It was an inefficient use of fuel. It was like you were wasting gas in Montana if you were doing 108. It was inefficient use of fuel is what the citation would say, but I'm sure that's all made up. Your story about bison burgers. I was just out to eat at the Wart, the famous Wart in Jackson, and the folks next to us at the table were debating whether they should have the bison burger. And one of the guys said, "Well, when are you ever going to get a chance to have bison ever again? We better take this opportunity." I'm thinking, everywhere you have a chance in Wyoming, in Montana, bison's the meat of choice, or fast becoming so. What's your story about?
Yeah, I just saw a trend where bison was coming at me from all directions, right? There's it increasingly shows up on menus. There's an amazing dish at this Asian restaurant here in Bozeman, bison curry, that I love with eggplant. And then I met Mariah Gladstone, who's made it her mission to get more bison into schools. And I found that fascinating. It's like, okay, how many bison does it take to feed a school bus full of children? Yeah. And I never quite got that stat, but it basically, I figured out, we have class A, B, and C high schools for athletics. And basically class A schools probably takes 2 bison to feed them for a year. Class B, maybe a bison and a half. Class C schools can get by with just 1 bison. And Anaconda, I don't know how big a school that is, but it started off that kids were holding their nose saying, "Ooh, we don't want any bison." And now they're saying, "Hey, we need some more bison." They love it. Bison burgers, they do Korean dishes. Yeah, it's just a leaner, lower fat content, higher nutrient meat. And it is delicious. And I got to admit that after I wrote that draft, I went out and got a bison burger.
Oh, yeah.
And so, so you've got this from the schools to really high-end restaurants to there's a ranch north of Livingston, Montana that is hosting a bison feast for $395 a ticket that's already sold out for this summer. There's a bison harvest going on in Rapid City where they do it the traditional way. The way the Lakota Sioux would butcher a bison. So there's going to be school officials with this food service program attending that on June 22nd, learning the traditional ways to use every last bit of the animal. And then there's I think a fundraising or some kind of dinner at the Buffalo Bill Center coming up. And so, I just wanted to capture this moment that bison, it's certainly not coming out of nowhere. I mean, we have, several producers who've started ranches, but it just seemed to me that it's growing to a degree that it was worth noting.
Yeah, definitely. And from high-end restaurants to public school, and of course, bison, just an integral species, an integral animal and a food source, and everything for Montana and Lakota Sioux and all the rich Native American traditions of Montana. And they've known for a long time that's a better cut of meat. I mean, it's just leaner, better for you. It's cool to see it get into the schools. Great story from David Madison. Let's look in the energy sector, some stuff from last week. Is it WE Soda or WE Soda?
Man,
I want to say WE.
I don't know how we said it on Wendy's broadcast. Let's go with WE Soda. That just seems more endearing. It's a British company. Yeah, they've come in. purchased these 2 mines in and around, I guess, Green River. There's about 650 union workers there, and I spoke to the union president, and he said those jobs are secure. They had let go of about 30 folks a while back, and some of them have trickled back in. Some of them have found other jobs. But the news was that, yeah, there's going to be some efficiency shakeout. So some non-union folks have unfortunately been downsized. But I think the takeaway is that these are part of the growing pains of when you have such a big merger at such a big operation. And there's been a lot of press around this, in that bringing, the spotlight to what Trono miners do, that this soda product can appear in everything from windshields to your toothpaste. And that Wyoming is, I think they've established that this is going to be the largest mining operation in the world for this stuff.
Yeah, brown gold. This London-based Wee Soda acquisition of Genesis Alkali, $1.43 billion acquisition. Whenever you have these big takeover merger things, there's going to be a trimming of the fat. There's going to be a little bit of fallout, even though the company, the UK company, is bullish on soda ash and Trona, saying, hey, we're going gangbusters on this. I think a lot of what they cut was managerial kind of positions. The boss of something was the same boss as something from the company they bought. And they said, well, we only need one boss of that kind of thing. Was it mostly that?
That's what it sounded like. Yeah, that they certainly, they want to put a fresh spin on things, speaking for the company and speaking for the union. But I haven't seen, in social media, other news coverage, I haven't seen any real squeaky wheels coming out and calling foul on anything. I think just seems like just that. It's just business, and you're going to see that kind of downsizing on the managerial side. I guess, yeah, the operation side with the guys who are actually in the mines doing the steel work, doing all the rugged stuff out there. They haven't lost their numbers and full speed, and they're hitting higher. I think, yeah, the other thing is that they're hitting higher efficiency numbers. He was very proud of the union president was really proud of just the performance of the crew. And yeah, we'll see. Definitely one to watch. Another place where Wyoming is kind of top of the list of natural resource producers.
Yeah, and let's talk about another Wyoming export in coal. Almost an about face here. I mean, in Powder River, coal, according to Biden, was supposed to be finished by the year, 2030, 2040, something. And now we're doing an about face on that as Trump's EPA mandate rolling back Biden-era emission rules on coal-fired power plants. That's taking effect right away. We're moving the needle immediately. And we'll see how fast the industry responds. But suddenly coal is maybe okay again.
Yeah, really politically charged issue. It's certainly from a Wyoming energy sector point of view, the politics are definitely behind the industry. I mean, there's just no question about it. I got mixed reviews from the various utilities that I reached out to. They wanted to talk about it. It was great. I got a bunch of callbacks on this one. They wanted to talk about it, and they were basically cautiously optimistic. Okay, do rolling back these emissions requirements, is that going to lead to lower utility bills? And I think this is where the politics really gets entangled with the straight up energy generation that it's night and day. If you listen to renewable resource advocates, they're going to say these new rules and what's happening with the big beautiful bill legislation is killing renewable energy. If you listen to the coal, oil and gas folks, they're going to say, aha, we're going to show you, we're going to lower everybody's power bill. Time will tell. It's definitely a shoving match, and Wyoming is right in the middle of it.
Time will tell on both coal, which does anybody want to burn it domestically? I guess we'll find out. But if not, can we get it exported to markets where they do want to use it? Japan, South Korea, and Far East markets. And then with oil, suddenly things looking bright with oil extraction, except the price per barrel isn't where it would make sense to get drill baby drill yet.
Yeah, that is the regulating factor in a lot of this, is what you can pull out all the stops, put as many rigs as humanly possible out on the landscape. But if you're just driving the price down by creating more supply, who's benefiting? I think that's a constant dance that the industry has to do. And that they have to make their own calculations. I'm looking at something today where there's in eastern Wyoming, where there's a real push by one company, and that's what I'm going to be reporting on today, that they seem really bullish despite the kind of subpar price per barrel right now. It's constantly changing.
Yeah, and influenced by just almost anything, whether it's a hurricane in the Gulf or whether it's Israel launching rockets at Iran. Price crude oil went up like $7-8 in a matter of hours.
It did, yeah, and I think it came back down too. But I haven't fully reported that. But yeah, when I was going through headlines this morning, it felt like over the weekend it kind of the optimism peaked and then maybe came down a bit, was tempered. Yeah, that is true that Wyoming may seem really isolated, but it is really connected to international oil markets for sure, because it's a player, it's a global player in all kinds of natural resource stuff. So yeah, it's I'd love to see the jobs, how the jobs numbers at the end of a year of really rolling back things. What do the jobs numbers look like for Wyoming residents? Did all of this pulling back on regulation and really streamlining the two market system, did it result in more Wyomingites getting good paying jobs?
Yeah,
that would be interesting to see.
And I'll bet that will be the first indicator a little bit before you start seeing the revenues pour in. The state is so dependent on this energy revenue. I think that will lag behind first job. How many people are we getting on the payroll and how fast? Let's keep an eye on that. We're talking to David Madison up there in Montana, where he is dragging down the curve, man, with his slow driving. You got to pick it up, David. 67 miles an hour on average in Montana. That's not good enough.
I shake my fist at the speeders.
We're going to get that story next about how Wyoming is in such a hurry when we get in our cars and trucks. Thanks, David. Have a great Monday.
You too. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Yeah, we'll get into that story from Justin George about how Wyoming has the fastest drivers. I think that's something we could have all known, right? We'll be back after this quick break. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Well, they're in no hurry to get anywhere in New Hampshire. The folks in Vermont, Maryland, driving at a snail's pace. It's like they got nowhere to be. Slowest drivers on average in the United States. New Hampshire tops the list, or should I say bottoms the list. In New Hampshire, they drive on average speed of less than 50 miles an hour. That's practically no better than walking. Come on. 49.9 miles an hour on average. This data compiled by Money Supermarket in a story written by Justin George finds the USA's average driving speeds by state. And the reason it's news is because Wyoming wins, of course. Wyoming, on average, fastest drivers in the United States. 71.8 miles an hour on average in Wyoming. That's tops. Number one, numero uno, Wyoming. Who else is up there in our league? As I just discussed with David Madison, surprisingly, not Montana, not really. Montana's paltry 67 miles an hour on average is good enough for middle of the pack at best. New Mexico, they're pretty fast down there. They drive on average 71 miles an hour. This is average, by the way, so nothing to scoff at. 71 miles an hour on average. So that means there's somebody above the mean. Somebody, and that somebody is usually me, I admit, that's bringing up the average, right? Idaho, our friends over there in Potato State, came in third with 70.5 miles per hour. Pretty impressive. California, just because of the traffic, is at a dismal 58.4 miles an hour by comparison. New Jersey, less than 60. New York, 58.7. That's probably due to traffic. When you get out west, you've got great expanses of places to cover. I mean, just getting from point A to point B is so many miles out west that we have to drive fast. We just have to. At least that's what you're going to tell the officer when he says, do you know why I pulled you over? I just have to drive fast. It's like 300 miles to the Walmart. I'm surprised North Dakota didn't do better. 68.5 miles an hour. That's off the pace a little bit. South Dakota, 70.4. So that puts them up there in the upper echelon. Texas, dismal, and that's probably due to traffic. Texas, 65.6 miles an hour on average. That's considering Texas has the fastest legal speed limit in all the country at 85. Texas has a few areas, a few highways, stretches of highway that are 85 mile an hour posted speed limit, making that the highest, fastest you can legally go in the U.S. But anybody who's driven on I-35, pack your patience. 5 lanes of just bumper to bumper all the way from Dallas to San Antonio. And that's going to drag you down. It obviously does. The number's 65.6 mile an hour on average in Texas. Wyoming wins 71.8 miles an hour. Story of Justin George. I love the way he started this story. Rather than just say, opening paragraph, opening sentence, rather than just say, Wyoming drivers are the fastest. He starts the story by recounting an actual incident. Albany County Sheriff's deputy recalled pulling over a dark-colored Nissan hatchback 2 years ago for doing more than 110 miles an hour in a 70. The driver was ticketed and warned to slow down. The very next day, the same driver was pulled over again on U.S. Highway 30, this time clocked at 116 miles an hour. So the message not getting through. He added 6 miles an hour to his speed. These 2 consecutive stops were an egregious case for sure. But when it comes to speeding, Wyomingites may share a need for speed, according to a recent study. Justin George, story of the Cowboy State Daily, finding the fastest drivers in the U.S. are in Wyoming. Of course, we win. Open roads, long, straight, flat roads. That's what does it. Sales manager of Tyrell Chevrolet in Cheyenne said, there's more antelope on the road than people. Of course, we're going to speed around here. Tyrell said, we're far in distance in between places. People like to get from A to B fast. Yes. And that would account for the lead foot. Tyrell says at his Chevrolet dealership, they have trouble keeping sports cars on the lot. Right now, his dealership in Cheyenne has just one sports car. It's a $128,000 V8 Corvette, a 6.2 liter, nearly 500 horsepower. This thing can do speeds of 200 miles an hour. Oh, we need to get this thing on the road pronto in the Cowboy State and help raise our average a little bit. Tyrell says, I don't recommend pushing the limits of the speedometer. It goes to 200, but yeah, be careful. Brian Davidson was interviewed in the story as well. Brian's a board member of the Sheridan Motorsports Association. He was just 21 years old when he got caught going 121 in a 75-mile-an-hour speed zone. 121. He was given a speeding ticket back then. This is back when he was 21. Davidson was given a speeding ticket and a court summons. When he showed up, the judge sentenced him to 60 days in jail for a speeding ticket. Well, when you think about the excessive speeds, 121 miles an hour, he did just 5 days in jail because he was sentenced to 60, but all but 5 days were suspended. Davidson said those 5 days, though, quote, slowed me down quite a bit. And I pretty much go the speed limit now. But Davidson understands the urge to mash the gas pedal a little bit in the Cowboy State. He said, our state has so much open space. And the fact that we're the fastest is probably because we have the furthest to go. I agree. Mr. Davidson, Brian Davidson, chiming in on that story from Justin George. And speaking of motor vehicles and your car, what about when it's not going fast? What about when it's parked? Do you worry about the damage that can be done by buck-toothed critters, marmots? This story from Mark Hines seems a little far-fetched, hard to believe, but it does come with photos. Or it didn't happen. Mark Hines writes, quote, the headline, marmots might seem harmless, but they'll chew up and destroy your car. Really? Really? This is noted happening in California, by the way. Not necessarily Wyoming, but marmots, if you've ever seen one, or more likely heard one, they emit this high-pitched kind of a chirp, and they're classified, they're lumped in with all the rest of, groundhogs and rock chucks and whistle pigs. Marmots been called a lot of things, but never a car eater necessarily. But in California, it's gotten so bad, marmots eating and what they chew on is, well, they chew on anything. But they really love to chew on hoses, wires, and other vital parts of your engine, in your engine compartment. They'll get up through the ground underneath, and while your car is parked, as you take a hike, the marmots move in and start eating your radiator hose. I guess it's become so bad in one national park in California, the National Park Service is advising people to wrap their vehicles in tarp in order to ward off the marauding rodents. And folks are actually doing this. It almost sounds like it very much sounds like a joke, right? Like the National Park Service is playing a joke on you, the NPS. Somewhere they're in their NPS offices, they're bored, and they say, let's see if we can get Californians to wrap their entire car in a tarp. I'm looking at the photo of this story, and it looks too silly to believe, but people are doing it. Some piece of advice, some of the more experienced, informed people will give in California. Some people will say, leave your vehicle's hood up, and the marmots will leave it alone. Never heard of that one. But there are, I guess it is an issue at Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks in California. NPS recommends wrapping your vehicle in tarp to keep out the pesky marmots. Yellowstone spokesperson Linda Veres told Cowboy State Daily she wasn't aware of any serious problems with marmots disabling vehicles and Yellowstone, and I have never heard of any such thing in all of Wyoming, but like rodents, marmots love to chew things. And theoretically, I guess they could get to chewing. I've known some mice. If you leave a vehicle parked and don't use it for days, if it really like weeks, it takes a long time. But yeah, all kinds of critters will take residence in your engine compartment and chew things. And you'll see occasionally a mouse nest in your vehicle if you leave it parked for weeks at a time. But leaving it parked at a trailhead while you go on a hike and having to wrap it in a tarp to keep the marmots out, this is something you could only sell to a California person, right? Easily duped. Yeah, it sounds too silly to be true, but hey, it's on the internet, and it's in the Cowboy State Daily, so it's got to be true. Mark Hines warning about how to take precautions against marmots who want to eat your car from the inside out. Crazy. Zach Sontag, who is our newest addition to the lineup. Zach joins us every Wednesday to talk about his stories. He'll no doubt talk a little bit about this one. Zach's latest, Trump, Musk, and the politics of being a Tesla owner in Wyoming. It's never easy. Certainly not in Wyoming, a very red state. And the Tesla has come to symbolize blue, basically. It's come to symbolize liberalism. Even though Tesla owners say that might not be their politics, there's perhaps no other vehicle I can think of that would indicate your political leaning. If you drive a Tesla, if you're driving a Tesla Cybertruck, I can almost guarantee you vote Democrat. Almost. More so than in any other vehicle. I mean, if you drive an old beat-up pick-em-up truck, you probably vote Republican. But is that necessarily hold true as often as it does Tesla owners and how they vote or what their political leanings might be? And Tesla owners in Wyoming, according to Zach Sontag in this story, have become targets of vandalism, harassment, internal strife since Elon Musk joined the Trump administration. Tesla owners are getting grief, perhaps from both sides. I mean, I think Tesla owners would get the middle finger and grief from Trump people because of the EV-ness of the vehicle. But once Trump started the Doge and started hooking up, or once Musk started his Doge thing on behalf of Trump, and those two became buddy-buddy, Tesla owners say they are really hearing it and getting it from folks who don't follow along with the whole MAGA movement. As the face of Tesla, Elon Musk's embrace of the MAGA movement created a world of dissonance and buyer's remorse for many of the electric car makers' left-leaning customer base. Yeah, I think it's proven, and Zach mentions it in the story. It's statistically data-driven, quantified that Tesla has a left-leaning customer base. So when you're driving a Tesla product, you're probably getting it from the MAGA folks. Yet, once Musk joined in Trump's Doge efforts and became basically the vice president of the United States, then all of a sudden the left-leaners The liberals were attacking you. You had enemies coming from everywhere if you drove a Tesla. If you drive a Tesla, Musk has since had a fallout with Trump, of course, but still driving a Tesla around, as many Wyoming Tesla owners can testify, is leaves you open to a lot more than most folks who driving around in a unassuming Honda Civic, for example. Zach Sontag mentions a few people in this story. Cybertruck owner TJ Doan. He's a Cheyenne resident, IT consultant. He loves the Tesla, drives his Model 3. He began noticing middle fingers in his rear view mirror on occasion, catches insults from other folks driving by. Can you imagine, just for what you drive, just people yelling at you, flipping you off? Doan said, people want to think I care. People want to think that I have these political leanings. And I'm like, hey, I drive this because I like it. I don't care. I really don't care about the politics. I don't care what Elon does, says Doan. Whatever he does, he does. I don't care about the politics. I don't care about any of that crap. That's not why I bought the truck. I brought it because it's the best and safest vehicle I've had, and they're fun to drive. Zach Sontag also met up and quoted a few other Tesla owners, and including Dr. Karen Meister Emmerich. She loves to drive her Cybertruck around. Reminds her of a DeLorean. It's packed with tech. The 75-year-old grandma says she likes it just because it's cool to drive, and generally feels safe in her Cybertruck. But every once in a while, she'll put it in Sentry mode. A mode which allows the Cybertruck's cameras to automatically begin recording after sensors pick up body movement around the perimeter. Wow. I didn't know Cybertrucks had such a feature, but it's probably a good idea, given how many people want to do harm to Teslas and Cybertrucks, etc., to put it in Sentry mode while you have it parked. Sentry mode presumably zaps dead any marmots that have bad intent. If a marmot comes skittering by and takes a look at your Cybertruck while you're gone on a hike and thinks, I could eat some of that, Sentry mode probably like issues a laser end of marmot. It also activates cameras so it can see who is coming up to try to key your Cybertruck, which is, of course, scratching car keys down the side. Interesting story from Zach Sontag. More to come right after this quick break. You're hopefully enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be back right after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, You can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
It's a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Are you checking out national news? What about this nutcase in Minnesota? They caught him after a manhunt. Drudge report, of course, with the sensational headline saying, "Mega madman is arrested." I guess he is a somewhat accurate headline. He's a MAGA madman in a blue state. Minnesota is pretty liberal for the most part. And this dude finally found arrested crawling through his field, through some fields, I think on property that he owned. I mean, a lot of info is just coming in. Vance Belter captured, news conference, politically motivated assassination. He's charged with murder. He's in custody, charged with the murders and attempted murders. Drew Evans, superintendent of Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, said at a news conference, this is the killing of State Rep Melissa Hortman, and who is a 55-year-old Democrat, and her husband, Mark Hortman, accused of killing them both, shooting them both at roughly 2 in the morning on Saturday. Authorities allege Belter also tried to kill State Senator John Hoffman, Democrat, and his wife, Yvette Hoffman. He was on a rampage to kill Democrats, allegedly, apparently. And what got into this 57-year-old man? Just very strange. Minnesota shooting suspect. This comes from Fortune News. Minnesota shooting suspect was looking for work while doing odd jobs. He was doing all kinds of weird jobs. He worked at a funeral home, also served as director of security at a private security firm. He also was in the food industry. By that, I mean he was a manager at like McDonald's or something. I don't think it was McDonald's. It was a manager of some fast food place. Not doing a whole lot. The manager at 7-Eleven. Sorry. There you go. And then, boy, this should have been an indication to somebody. This should have been a red flag going back weeks ago. Belter, the accused, took out a whole bunch of money out of his bank account. I say a whole bunch. He paid 4 months of rent in advance. And according to this news story, this happened back on Friday. Belter gave his landlord 4 months advanced rent. For what reason? You know, unless he was intending to do something. 4 months advance rent, which totaled about, according to the story, $900 in total. What kind of rent is this guy paying that 4 months of rent is $900? My takeaway from the story, and I feel bad for the deceased, and I feel anger and outrage at Belter, who is just on a alleged shooting rampage against Democrats. I mean, that's not right. But my main takeaway is I think I'm going to move to Minnesota, where the rent is wicked cheap. 4 months of advance rent, or about $900 total. Holy cow. You don't even need a job with that kind of rent. And then he also posted, and here's your red flag. Reportedly posted, where was this posted? I'm trying to find out. A housemate of Belter's said that this guy was against abortion, voted for Trump, but generally avoided talking politics. I think his wife said the same thing, that there was no indication he was super crazy MAGA madman, really. But that seems to be the motivation. The roommate, by the way, the housemate, shared with local media a text message he got from Belter before the shooting that suggested something dire was about to happen. I hope this housemate shared this with authorities. This is prior to Belter allegedly shooting the state representatives. Belter wrote in a text to his buddy, his housemate, he said, quote, "I made some choices, and you guys don't know anything about this, but I'm going to be gone for a while. Maybe dead shortly. So I just want to let you know I love you guys both, and I wish it hadn't gone this way." Oh, boy. I mean, that's something you got to turn over to authorities immediately. So, you know, that and the fact that Belter had a bunch of guns in his car. He had a 9mm. He had, a bunch of other guns. He also had a list, 30 names on the list of other people I think he wanted to, they were on the list. Let's just say that. I don't want to read any intent into Vance Belter, but he had a list, and it included several dozens of mostly politicians that were on his list. A list and a bunch of guns in his car. Yeah, I think we got the right guy. Go ahead and we can start the trial today. Did you hear about this singer singing the national anthem at a Dodger game the other day was told, don't sing the national anthem in Spanish. They had singing the national anthem Vanessa Hernandez, who performs under the name Neza. Neza, obviously, a lot of her music is in Spanish, but she speaks English. She got the job to sing the national anthem before a Dodger game the other day over the weekend. They said they warned her prior to obviously sing it in English, and she posted on TikTok a whole performance of the national anthem. And she said, I was told, she said, she said, the Dodgers tell me I can't sing the Spanish Star Spangled Banner, which President Roosevelt literally commissioned in 1945, said Neza. So I did it anyway. Neza sang the national anthem at a LA Dodger baseball game the other day using the Spanish version of a national anthem, which I didn't even know was a thing, and received mostly positive cheers. I mean, this is LA, of course, but I'm sure the Dodger organization, they probably weren't too happy. That's in the news. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network on the air this Monday, June 16.
I do not have guns at home.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A University of Wyoming dean who was demoted this spring sued the university last week. Cameron Wright, former dean of UW's College of Engineering and Physical Sciences, says the school illegally retaliated against him after he objected to using state money marked for the engineering college to bolster a spin-off computing school. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wright is accusing UW of breaking a state law that forbids state employers from penalizing employees who notify their employers in good faith of law or policy violations.
There was kind of a long simmering controversy where way back last fall semester, he was refusing to divert money from the legislature into a spin-off computing school that was run by the university president's girlfriend, domestic partner. So at that time, two lawmakers, Senator Chris Rothfuss and Representative Carly Provenza, wrote the governor, like, you have to protect this guy from retaliation.
Wright also accuses UW trustees who sought to explain his demotion of, quote, publicly disseminating otherwise confidential information, falsely denigrating his performance as dean. A bear shot in Alaska last year officially set the new world record for a hunter-killed grizzly and is a stunning trophy. That's what an expert Wyoming hunter told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines. The male bear, estimated to be 20 to 25 years old, was shot in September of 2024, and Guy Eastman of Cody, who's hunted grizzlies in Alaska and Canada, said the record-setting Boone and Crockett score is truly impressive.
He said, yeah, this is significant. It is a huge bear. The thing about bears, the way they're scored, it's all about the size of the skull. By that, the skull that's been completely cleaned up. It doesn't have any fur, muscle, nothing left on it, just the bone. And just by measuring the bone, this does set a new world record.
Despite its prestigious status, it's still not the largest grizzly skull ever officially recognized by Boone and Crockett. The largest skull came from a skeleton that was discovered in Alaska after the bear had died from natural causes. A team of Japanese scientists painted zebra stripes on black cows in 2019 to keep biting flies away, and it worked. So Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi polled a few Wyoming ranchers to see if this unique form of pest control might be put to use in the wide open spaces of the American West.
Science supports the fact that stripes on zebras are there primarily to deflect biting flies. They've done that study. They've reaffirmed this result multiple times. The problem is, out in Wyoming, you're talking about ranches that have thousands of cattle, and painting stripes on a bunch of cattle is very time-consuming. And when there are other alternatives available that are just easier to manage and don't require any artistic skill, that's what Wyoming ranchers are going to go with.
One rancher said that while he wouldn't consider painting zebra stripes on his cattle, he encouraged ranchers to keep an open mind about innovative techniques. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Well, if you ever find yourself feeling a bit homesick while visiting the Adriatic coast of Italy, you might be surprised and delighted to find a giant Wyoming state flag painted outside a store that's just steps away from the soft sand beaches of this European resort town. Welcome to Jack and Gill, a store that's been an institution in this beach destination since 1978 when owner Carlo Betty Ricci first opened shop. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Louise Jackson stopped into the Western-themed store.
I think the craziest part to me is he's never been to the U.S. I saw the Wyoming flag outside and that's why I went in, but he's never seen a buffalo or bison. He's never been to the U.S. His store is sort of like part Army Navy, part museum in some ways, and then part like country Western store. He's been doing this for 47 years, so I would assume that people buy stuff. There wasn't anyone there when I was there, but for 47 years he's had this shop.
If there was any question about the depth of Ricci's love for the American West, it disappears when you come across the framed underwear once worn by John Wayne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Howdy. Let's grab a little This Day in History. Well, actually, hold on. We're not going to do that yet. I'm not feeling it. Not yet. Let's go around the world in 80 days. Jules Verne, right? Actually, around the world in 80 days, Don Hardy style. Don grew up in Cody, but has a wanderlust for travel. He's been that way his whole life, basically. It started out with a stint in the Navy that gave him his penchant for travel. And nowadays, Don Hardy still loves to travel the world. He and his wife, I love this story. Renee Jean has it in the Cowboy State Daily. Renee tells the story of Don Hardy and his wife Rebecca, who travel any chance they get. He and his wife, they retired in 1999. And since then, basically all they want to do is see the world, travel the world. They just got back from a 104-day cruise, I think. Is that right? 104 days? Cruise around the world. Stopped in many places they had already been. Yeah, 104-day cruise. He and his wife, after much planning, deliberation, set sail in January for a 104-day cruise around the world. It would hit some of the places Hardy had yet to see. And they also made some stops in places they'd already been. They just returned back to the U.S. at the end of May after that big cruise. But the way Don Hardy got into traveling and his lifelong love of traveling is quite a tear-jerking story. When Don was in the Navy, he was in Ethiopia, Eastern Africa. He told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean. And he said one day he was on shore leave in Ethiopia. He was walking on a small path in Masaba, Ethiopia, when a little boy unexpectedly grabbed his leg from behind, pulled on his pant leg, tugging on his pant leg. And Don said, I turned around, and I saw this little boy about 5-6 years old, and he was holding his hand out. And in his hand was a coin. Now, the first thing Don Hardy thinks of, like any of us probably, is, begging is pretty commonplace in Ethiopia. I mean, starvation is just pretty regular, pretty normal in Ethiopia, really. And Hardy said, I thought this kid was begging. I thought he was showing me a coin, showing me what he wanted. I thought he was begging me, asking for more coins or any coin. But that wasn't the case. He said, then the boy pointed to where I had just been standing and indicated that I dropped the coin and he was returning it to me. He was trying to return the change I had dropped to me. And Hardy said that choked me up immediately. He said, here's this nation that almost everybody in it's starving. This boy, obviously, I could see was starving. And he said, I gave him and some nearby ladies who were also starving, I gave them all the money I had. They lived in these little tin huts, and they were obviously begging, starving. And he said, I gave them everything I had, and I went back to the ship, his Navy ship, and he said, I never forgot it. And it's still today. Still today, when he travels, he thinks about that boy who obviously could have kept the coin and bought himself some food, and he returned it to me. And Don Hardy has never forgotten it, and he still continues to travel around the world. What a story from Renee Jean. Well, the wildfire season underway pretty early, actually, when you consider the Bridger Teton National Forest still is operating with a fire danger level of low. Even this June 16th, Yellowstone also operating with a fire danger level of low at this point. Normally, wildfire season doesn't get going until a lot of the grasses have cured, usually, August. But here we are in mid-June and a pretty significant fire. Last I heard, it was just under 1,000 acres, probably more by now. Latest estimate. The fire is being called the Horse Fire, burning on the Bridger Teton National Forest. Discovered late last week, burning over the weekend. And the news from this fire, the big news, or the important news, I think, is Aircraft making water drops, aircraft making reconnaissance flights over the fire were all grounded for a day on Saturday when someone was flying a drone over the fire, a drone over the area. It's all well and good to make fun of the drones like we were last week, the drone incident in Yellowstone that was harassing the osprey. But this drone's putting people at risk, putting lives at risk. And it's impeding wildfire fighting efforts. Firefighters can't fly when these drones are in the air. These drones, man. The horse fire burning in heavy timber and slash. A Type 3 incident management team has been assigned to the fire. It's about 10 miles west of Myrna, 10 miles north of McDougal Gap in Sublette County. The fire is estimated 900-something acres as of, I think, early yesterday. Alpine Hotshots, Wyoming Hotshots are on scene, along with a crew from the Nature Conservancy and local Bridger Teton National Forest fire engines and crews. Originally, when they first saw this fire, it was like just 30 acres or so. But boy, it blew up fast. If you look at photos of it now, 6% containment. And this, just judging from the photos, this is in an area where expected growth has to be significant. I know fire danger level is low, but this is a heavily timbered area. Went from 30 acres to about 1,000 acres in just a few days. So, yeah, this one might be problematic, unfortunately. The horse fire, I'm going to try to get an update on what we think the acreage is now. I thought I had a posting on Facebook from the Forest Service themselves. Let's see, Bridger. Let's see if I can get an update on how big that fire's gotten. Let's see, 6:15. When was that? Yesterday morning, we had 969 acres. So, yeah, still waiting on an update for this morning. But as of yesterday morning, 10:15 a.m., 969 acres for the horse fire. And, of course, Forest Service urging people, please do not fly drones over the fire area. Even the sighting of one drone will ground all aviation resources, and they're a danger to firefighting crews, obviously. No closures associated with the fire. It's pretty much in a remote area, but yeah, the drones, man, come on. Let's not do the drone thing. How about this Wisconsin man that bagged world record grizzly? Man, this thing is huge. I don't know if it's an official grizzly. I would call this a brown bear, or a Kodiak maybe, a brown bear. It's in Alaska. I guess it's officially a grizzly, but it's not like Wyoming grizzlies. Those big brown bear in Alaska get huge. They eat all those fish, right? They got a great diet. Our poor grizzlies in Wyoming are scooping up bugs. They're eating moths. I mean, yeah, they eat meat. They'll kill stuff. But for the most part, our grizzly bears in Wyoming are eating insects. But up there in Alaska, they're just woofing down salmon and getting fat, getting real big. A bear shot in Alaska last year. This is last year, but we're just learning now that it has officially set the new world record for a hunter-killed grizzly. Second largest grizzly ever discovered on the planet. The biggest was discovered after it was already dead, presumably of natural causes. But this is the biggest ever taken by a hunter. Stunning trophy. Guy Eastman of Cody said, this bear is huge. They measure bears, grizzly bears, the hunting books. This is Boone and Crockett, B&C, gives it a score of 27 and 9/16 according to skull measurements. That's how they measure a grizzly rather than do just overall weight or something like that. They measure the skull. And this is the biggest skull, biggest grizzly bear ever taken by a hunter. Huge. Not a record not likely to be broken, say the experts. Mark Hines has the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Speaking of bears, if you encounter one in California, well, you better hope you got a firearm with you because bear spray is banned in the state of California. That's not good news. What a difference between California and Wyoming. If you're out hiking in a national park or forest here in Wyoming, you're not only advised to have bear spray on you, there's some places where they'll hand it out to you. At the Thrifty Car Rental in Jackson, your rental of a car comes with bear spray. That's how advised it is. You're warned you probably should have bear spray when you're hiking in Wyoming. Meanwhile, you're warned in California, don't you dare have bear spray. It's illegal. Banned. In California, authorities are worried you'll use it as a weapon to spray each other. California is worried that disputes on the trail will cause folks to spray each other with bear spray. That's the thinking in California. Meanwhile, if you can legally carry a firearm in California, and it is possible, then you are invited to have the firearm in a national park or in a state park in California. For instance, Yosemite. In Yosemite National Park, legal firearm owners can have their guns with them. Now, you can't legally shoot them. It's similar to Yellowstone. You can now have a firearm in your possession in Yellowstone as long as you have a firearm legally. In California, it's the same way. In Yosemite, firearms are legal. Bear spray is not. Go figure. Only in California. That story also from Mark Hines, who has the story of the world record grizzly taken in Alaska by a hunter from Wisconsin. And he's got a little other bear-related story. It's a good thing California doesn't have grizzlies because bear spray is banned there. Both those stories from Mark Hines and the Cowboy State Daily. We'll take a quick break, come right back with This Day in History. This day, by the way, June 16th. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
This day in Wyoming history, this day 1849, Major W.J. Sanderson arrives at Fort Laramie. June 16th, 1862, the USS Wyoming receives orders to proceed to the Far East in search of armed pirate cruisers fitted out by the rebels. 1862, we were dealing with pirates. 1939, this day, William Adams, born in Casper, Wyoming. He was awarded the Medal of Honor for his actions in Vietnam on May 25th, 1971. He died when his helicopter was shot down while Adams was attempting to rescue 3 wounded soldiers in an area of heavy anti-aircraft fire. William Adams, we salute you. Medal of Honor. Born this day, birthday of William Adams, 1939. 1945, sugar once again was allowed on a restricted basis for home canning in the U.S. This is coming out of rationing in World War II. 1945, this day, sugar would once again be allowed, limited basis for home canning. On this day in 1971, Bill Briggs descended the Grand Tetons on skis, the first person to do so. Billy Briggs, still alive today. Bill Briggs likely is at the Virginian right now having breakfast. You can find that guy almost daily, Bill Briggs, at his usual booth at the Verge having breakfast. Bill Briggs, first guy to ski the Grand in 1971. I mean, most people, just to climb the Grand is arduous. It's an adventure of a lifetime. It's peak bagging at its best to be able to climb the Grand. Bill Briggs did you one up on that. He said, I'm going to climb the Grand and then ski down it. And he did it on this day, June 16, Most people don't associate mid-June with skiing, but, this is the Grand Teton. You're talking about 13,700 and change above sea level. Bill Briggs climbed the Grand, skied the Grand, and then went back to Jackson. I forget where he was. I think he was just at a bar or a restaurant telling some friends, you know what I did today? I skied the Grand. And they're like, come on. And he said, no, I swear I skied the Grand today. I said, well, you should document that. You should get proof of that. So before long, they found and hired a pilot to take photograph of Bill Briggs' ski track to prove that he did it. And that photograph is up in the Virginian still today at Bill Briggs' booth. Bill Briggs, in my opinion, has his own booth. I know it's the Bill Briggs booth because that's the booth that has the photograph of his ski track, skiing the Grand 1971. If not for that photograph, most folks would have not believed it. The feat has since been duplicated, but Bill Briggs was the first guy to ski down the Grand Teton. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. He's also a pretty good banjo player, and you can see him every Sunday night at the Stagecoach Bar in Wilson as part of the longest running house band in America. Depending on how you want to measure it and quantify it, Bill Briggs is a member of the longest running house band without missing a performance. They play every Sunday night. They call it church. You're going to go to church on Sunday night at the Stagecoach Bar. So Bill Briggs famous for a couple of things. Oh, the old guy skied the Grand. And he also continues to pick the banjo at Stagecoach in the long-running Sunday night live music. It's still going. Boy, Bill Briggs. All those things happen on this day in history. It's June 16th. Let's check in with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, two-time announcer of the year, my friend Anthony Lucia from Texas is on the show. He talks about his early childhood traveling with his award-winning dad, Tommy Lucia, who you might remember in the Taco John's commercials, had Whiplash the Cowboy Monkey. Good memories. We'll share them next on the Roadshow.
Cattle producers, it's time for Superior Livestock Auctions Corn Belt Classic. June 17th and 18th, over 104,000 head will sell in South Sioux City, Nebraska. The cattle market is red hot, and so is the demand for the high-quality cattle that ranchers raise in our region. Sale time both days is 7 a.m. Mountain. Superior Livestock, committed to their buyers and sellers for over 35 years. For more information and to watch the Corn Belt Classic sale live, visit superiorlivestock.com.
Ranchers, Western Ranch Supply has a deal you don't want to miss. Get 25% off all net wrap while supplies last and in stock today. We've got Pritchett twine and net wrap in stock, available in sizes for both small and big square bales. It's a great price and moving fast. Pick up only at our downtown Billings location, 303 North 13th. So hurry in to Western Ranch Supply and stock up before it's gone.
I've known him since he was a duffer, as a matter of fact. And now he has become one of the most sought-after rodeo announcers in professional rodeo, talking to us from his home in Texas, Mr. Anthony Lucia. Anthony, good to talk with you this morning. Thanks.
Oh, always great to talk to you, Mr. Will, and it's been quite a journey. I'll never forget going to all the Sankey rodeos and listening to you and watching your brother and watching my dad interact, and it was a memory that I'll never forget. From the time I was 4 years old, my dad and my mom had got divorced when I was 2, and then lived with my mom till I was 4, and then Dad got full custody of me and my sister and my brother, and so he was a single dad, and making his living through rodeo and traveled all around the country. And as my sister got older, she, stopped going. And then my brother, Dominic, as he got older, he stopped going and went to college and then became a doctor and all that stuff. And then it was me and old Dad. And from the time I was 11, me, Dad, the monkey, 2 dogs, 10 sheep, and a horse.
Two-time announcer of the year in professional rodeo, Anthony Lucia on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, back to the show. While we were talking about Grizzlies, I forgot to mention, I neglect to mention this piece of news about Grizzlies. A grizzly was killed in Montana. That's the 7th grizzly bear this year compared to this time last year when 5 grizzlies had been killed. So those numbers are up. Grizzly bear conflict in Montana. As Montana grizzly killed by landowner is the 7th killed this year in the state. Jimmy Orr has the story for the Cowboy State Daily. The male grizzly shot and killed Wednesday south of north central Montana town of Havre on the northeast side of Bears Paw Mountains. And the 7th grizz killed this year. Montana keeps good track of how many grizzlies are killed. The grizzly mortality dashboard is easily available, maintained by Fish and Wildlife. This is the 7th grizzly killed this year. As we said, 3 of the grizzlies, including one on June 4th, were killed in the defense of life. One was killed, so in other words, it was me or the grizz. One was killed when hit by a vehicle. Another removed due to conflict with livestock. As of this time last year, 5 grizz have been killed. Overall, in 2024, 29 grizzly mortalities were documented in the state of Montana. This latest was a landowner. Not much is known about the incident other than the man heard a disturbance with his dogs. He opened the door to his porch, encountered the bear, and shot it, said the department. In a statement, the man was not hurt. Now, story by Jimmy Orr in the Cowboy State Daily. Grand Teton, one of the crown jewels in Grand Teton, or at least one of the most popular hiked to places, is Taggart Lake. Taggart Lake is always, the parking lot is always full. I mean, people love going to Taggart Lake. How much do they love it? Let's just say more than 65% of first-time visitors to Grand Teton National Park will stop at the small lake at the foot of Grand Teton. It's about 4 miles south of Jenny Lake. With record-breaking attendance at Grand Teton in the last decade, Taggart Lake's popularity has steadily increased. However, infrastructure has not kept up. Trails are worn, said Leslie Madsen. She is quoted in the story. She's president of the Grand Teton National Park Foundation, charged with raising money for the park. This is money in addition to what federal funding, what the Department of Interior shells out. And Leslie Madsen told the Cowboy State Daily she's been around doing this job for a couple of decades, like 21 years, and she's never seen a dime be put into Taggart Lake. That included restrooms that are essentially porta potties. I mean, there's just not much infrastructure, but the latest good news is Grand Teton National Park Foundation, along with the park itself, the latest partnership project means $8.5 million in improvements are headed Taggart Lake's way. It's called the Reimagining Taggart Lake Initiative. It'll enhance one of Grand Teton's most popular year-round destinations with improved parking. I'm all for that. I'm telling you, I have never seen that parking lot not full, ever. I mean, every time I go to Grand Teton, Taggart Lake parking lot, overflowing, people parked out on the road. Some first phases of the initiative have already been completed. The entire project set for completion by summer of 2027. Expanded parking, enhanced visitor plaza, and universally accessible trails. Hopefully some better restrooms. Right now there's just couple of porta potties there. That's it. And people just parking all over the place. Matson says long overdue for improvements. That's an understatement. She said, I've been in this position with the foundation for 21 years, and there has not been any improvements at Taggart Lake during my time here. And she said, it's overdue for improvements. This story in the Cowboy State Daily from Andrew Rossi, writing about good news for Taggart Lake and Grand Teton. This Riverton woman has been collecting vintage clothing for many, many years. Leslie Stratmon has now probably more than 3,000 pieces of historical women's clothing, ranging from, the 20s, the flappers era of the 1920s, the roaring 20s, and the flappers of the 20s and 30s, ranging right up through the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Vintage clothing. She's just always been a clothes horse. She said mainly it started in college, when high school and college, when she just didn't have the money to go out and buy the latest in fashion. She liked to thrift shop and bargain shop, and found she was buying things that were already decades old, but you never know when they'll come back in fashion. Leslie Stratmon lives in Riverton, and she's got boxes and boxes and trunks and suitcases full of artifacts of historical women's clothing, accessories, jewelry. And she's always wanted to, since she's built such a collection, she's wanted to put them on display and share them with the world and share them with Wyomingites. Well, she'll get her wish now. She's going to do a 10-month session in Buffalo at the Occidental Hotel. How cool is that? The display is called Flappers to Fringe, an exhibit featuring fashion from the 1920s through the 1970s. Stratmon has loved to travel to Buffalo, and whenever she does, she always stays at the Occidental. She got to know the owners of the Occidental, and before long, some discussions, and the owner said, you should bring your clothing, your whole collection, you put them on display here at the Occidental. We'll do it. And now you can see it. This whole thing, I think it debuts coming up here if you're in the Buffalo area. Let me check my notes. I think it's June 21st. 10-month residency allows Stratmon to change parts of the exhibit seasonally. Obviously, she'll be showing the clothes that women would be wearing in summer. But in a few short months, unfortunately, she'll be able to show clothing worn in the fall and then winter. More than 3,000 pieces of historical women's clothing, accessories, and household items will be on display in Buffalo at the Occidental Hotel beginning June 21st. It's a historical fashion show that took a lifetime to collect. The opening gala set for 7 o'clock, June 21, free of charge to the public at the Occidental Hotel. Check out everything that Leslie Stratmon has accumulated as far as vintage clothing. Actually, it is really cool to see. She's got some neat pieces from, 20s and 30s to even the 1970s. I'm looking at some of the photos from the story. Vintage 60s dresses. Oh, yeah. She seems like a cool young lady. So check that out, the Cowboy State Daily, and then check it out at the Accidental Hotel in Buffalo coming up on June 21. We'll come right back. We'll tell you about legislators proposing tax hikes on sports, horse racing, and machine betting. Also, don't miss your chance to see the makeshift 399 memorial at the spot on the highway where she was killed. YDOT's not terribly jazzed about it, and I can't imagine it's going to stay there for very long. It's not in compliance with the highway department, but don't miss your chance to see it while you can. We'll tell you where and what when we come back. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. And Wyoming Legislative Committee is proposing tax hikes. Yeah. Republicans backing a tax hike? That doesn't sound normal. But taxing vices is very normal. If there is one area where even the most fiscally prudent anti-tax Republicans are okay with hiking taxes, it's on vice products like cigarettes, for example, or like gambling. A legislative committee has recently proposed 3 such tax hikes this week on multiple gaming industries. It also plans to insert a money monitoring system into gaming machines across Wyoming bars, casino-style halls, and truck stops. The state wants to make sure it's getting its money out of them one-armed bandits. A flurry of draft proposals came at the end of a Thursday meeting last week. The legislature's Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments in Cheyenne. Proponents of these tax increases say it's time to tighten regulations and get taxes up somewhere around the national average. Wyoming, I guess, is living far below the national average as far as taxing these gambling machines and gambling in general. Detractors from the gaming industry and related industries say these tax hikes will harm businesses and local workers and limit the competitive edge of companies that pay taxes to Wyoming. The committee directed staff to draft legislation that would do the following: double online sports wagering tax rate from 7% to 20%. Currently, the national average of sports wagering taxes, if you go state by state, is about 19%. So Wyoming at 10%, sitting almost half the average. Doubling online sports wagering, detractors say, will make Wyoming one of the highest taxed sports wagering states at 20%. The committee also directed staff to draft a law that would increase the 20% on net proceeds of skill-based amusement games to 25%, with the additional funds earmarked for highways. A proposed tax increase on historical horse racing from 1.5% to 2.5% on that pastime. And it would also, these new laws would also create a central monitoring system by which a third party could track the activity of gaming machines to verify their revenues for state taxing purposes. In other words, as it currently exists, the reporting of revenue from these gambling machines is maybe less than accurate or verifiable. Committee Chair Tara Nethercott, Republican out of Cheyenne, was the driving proponent of the measures. Chair Nethercott said, "I think the state of Wyoming has been quite generous to the players in this space," meaning gaming and gambling, giving them almost exclusive access to the market in a proliferated rate, having infiltrated every block of all our communities, Nethercott said. Some of this lawmaking was also done in part by Liz Story. She's a Democrat from Teton County. Representative Storer made a motion to double the state's sports betting tax from 10 to 20%. The average tax nationally, as we said, is about 19%. Storer's proposition did pass, so look for maybe 3 new tax hikes to sports, horse racing, and machine betting in Wyoming. Andrew Rossi writes a story about a makeshift 399 memorial at the spot she was hit and killed at on Highway 2689 in the Snake River Canyon. He gave us a heads up last week when he was on the show that this was coming, or this story was coming. He gave us a heads up that the wooden post memorial was already in place in the Snake River Canyon. And I thought, man, that's a surprise to me that it would be allowed, that anything would be allowed in the Snake River Canyon like that. This is a heavily trafficked artery from bedroom communities in Star Valley, including Alpine, Afton, Thane, Bedford, Star Valley ranches. Commuters heavy up that Highway 2689 to Jackson. That thing is bumper to bumper during the rush hours in the morning and the afternoon. And to put a feature in there, there's already the traffic inherent with commuters. And then there's also the traffic of river runners. You got every company. There must be 6, 8, 10 companies that run the river, that take out and put in the Snake River on that highway. I mean, there is just a lot going on. So if you add to that a makeshift memorial where people can come and see the spot where 399 was killed, and they've done so. You've got this, somebody has put a wooden post along the highway. People have left flowers, stuffed animals, and other artifacts. And there's no pullout. There's no parking space. This really is a highway hazard. It's at milepost 126 where Grizz 399 was fatally struck by a vehicle and killed back on October 22nd, 2024. And WYDOT, Wyoming Department of Transportation, has long had a policy that forbids these private memorials. I've seen them go up usually to honor a human fatality and an accident that has occurred on the highway. I've never seen one for an animal, but there's never been an animal like Grizz 399. And in this case, Wyoming Department of Transportation is saying, yeah, we don't allow these private memorials. We never have. And I'm assuming once this reaches the higher ups at WYDOT that this thing is going to be coming down. I can't imagine it's going to last long. Grizz 399 Memorial in the Snake River Canyon isn't an official roadside attraction, but Jackson resident Michael Grasecki knows how it got there. He says, I started. Oh, okay. So now we know who put it there. Grasecki said, I started it 2 days after the accident. I wanted to remember Grizz 399. Yeah, I can't imagine this thing's going to stay there very long. So expect that to probably be removed by the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Let's check in with our friends over at Wyoming Game and Fish, see what's going on there.
June 10th is the last day to comment on proposed regulation changes. I'll have the details next on The Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. There's still time to submit public comment for proposed Wyoming Game and Fish Department regulation changes, which close June 10th. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission will hold a final discussion for approval of these changes during its July 15th and 16th meeting in Casper. The July Commission meeting, originally scheduled to take place in Evanston, has been moved to Casper in order to better accommodate the public. The meeting will be July 15th and the 16th at the Ramkota Convention Center in Casper. The comment period is still open regarding proposed changes to the following regulations. proposals to establish rules governing watercraft registration, safety equipment requirements, and operation in the state, recommendations to set mountain lion mortality limits and modify mountain lion hunting seasons, proposed changes to the landowner license regulation to enhance clarity for landowner license qualification and provide more balance to license draws, addressing how evolving landowner dynamics affect sportspersons' opportunities while maintaining the exchange for providing habitat resources, and comprehensive updates to statewide fishing regulations aimed to clarify definitions, streamline interpretation, and adjust specific rules based on biological needs and angler feedback. And finally, recommendations to set gray wolf mortality limits and modify mountain lion hunting seasons. Full details on these proposed changes and the reasons for these recommendations can be found on the Game & Fish Public Meetings page on the Game & Fish website. Game & Fish provides a range of informative resources, including and meeting recordings. Public feedback on these proposals is vital, helping Game & Fish develop recommendations that benefit stakeholders while meeting conservation objectives. Game & Fish provides a range of informative resources, including a video of virtual meeting recordings on Chapter 22 and 46. The public is encouraged to review information and submit online or written comments. Comments, again, for the regulations will be accepted through 5 p.m. June 10th. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Yeah, thank you, Ray, and that's going to do it for us. We got to wrap things up here on the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's been our pleasure to host you. Thanks for spending your morning with us. We'll see you again tomorrow. What do you say?
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.